Hey, hopefully everything's working. Hunt is back after a long hiatus for the holidays and stuff. So that's cool. Well met. I'm Cynical, and this is my channel. And as I just said, this all around me here is Hunt, which is a campaign, an action horror campaign set in an alternate, now 2003, of our creation, inhabited by ancient horrors and legendary creatures. We're using the Monster of the Week system, which is PBTA, powered by the Apocalypse. And we're all a little bit new to the PBTA games. And we're using a pretty wide variety of the playbooks from Monster of the Week. So if you see something you don't recognize, that's probably why. But because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll just mostly be focusing on the game as well. So if we don't get a response in chat when you bring one of those things up, just know that we really appreciate you being here and following along for Hunt so much. It's actually really cool to get back into it. It's been a while since we've gotten to do one of these. So I'm happy to get back into the swing of things here. And of course, everybody's welcome. Just keep it civil in the chat down there. And let's go ahead and get to the important people in the room here. Oop. There we go. These are my friends, and together we are CoFH RPG, a group of people that have been playing in connected worlds together for decades. So let's just take a moment and introduce them all. He's played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit dice ghouls. They always solve my puzzles. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1, go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and what's up with them after the most recent events.
Hey everybody, I'm Lord Venom 1. It's really good to be back at the table. Had a personal, had a cross-country move in December, and then also had a bit of a vacation. So it's good to be back playing with this group and playing for you guys. So I'm playing Jane Meyer, also known as Jinx. She is, as I've mentioned a couple times before, she is kind of a woman about town. She kind of has her fingers in all the town business. For example, we already talked a bit about her being a member of a sort of a European medieval fighting group where people get dressed up in medieval armor and fight each other. That's something she participates in with Jaeger. I think that's where they met. She gives volunteers at like a plant nursery where she gives little seminars to old ladies about how to make your plants grow. And as you can imagine, she like brings her special soil there, and which is all like covered in worms, and you know, it's basically writhing around. So she does that, things like that. She's always about town. You can always see her kind of walking up and down the streets. Just stays super busy, and so that's what she would have been doing the past couple months. Just her usual long list of volunteer things, and as we know, that's all sort of her cover, because she is tasked with keeping her ear to the ground in this town to make sure that any unusual activities go noticed and investigated.
Awesome. Okay. Well, following that, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove his father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. My good friend, fellow member of Screen Room and streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and Lester and what's going on with him.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. Come hang out with us there. We do watch parties. Watch generally Star Trek on Sundays, and vote for movies that we watch on Wednesdays. So come hang out there. I sometimes stream on my own channel as well. One of these days I'll do it again. So come hang out there as well when that happens. As far as Lester is concerned, he's the flake of the group, is the playbook. He's a bit of a elite hacker, just a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. Kind of stays in his house most of the time if he's not with these guys. Over the past couple of months, Lester would have been updating all his software, so Lester doesn't just update his software. He gets all the source code and builds them himself, and kind of pours through the code and makes sure that there's no nefarious backdoors by the government or anything like that could see what he says. It's very important. He definitely doesn't want the FBI, CIA. They try to listen to Lester a lot. He's kind of always right about stuff, and people don't believe him. So he's yeah. So that's what he'd be doing. He'd be updating stuff, getting new images ready for his operating system swap that he does on his new laptops, all his blank laptops that he has, and upgrading hardware, right? Getting some faster disk drives and things like that.
Oh, well, we don't need to worry about that now. We're going to get into the exact details of what you've been doing here when we actually are in the session proper. I just mean like more mentally where he's at after this time. But that's good.
That is mentally.
Yeah, I know. I get it. All right. Well, further down the line, they've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifistic space surgeon obsessed with an old TV series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character he played was somebody else's. It's Society Streams. Also just really Society, but his URL down there is Society Streams, but you can just call him Society. Also Society a fellow member of Screen Room. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer. Go ahead and talk about yourself and your character, Gideon, there.
Yeah. What's up, everyone? I'm Society. You can catch me with these fools on Wednesdays and Sundays, and my own channel sometimes. But I'm playing Gideon Smoot, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who had been taking his mission out here. Some unfortunate circumstances left him alone, and with a little personal mission to kind of like figure out what happened. I think by now he kind of knows what happened to his partner, but still feels some sort of like I owe him something, like some sort of debt needs to be paid for it. But I'm also kind of like finding out that I'm pretty good at hunting monsters here. Well, I wouldn't say good, but it's fun. I get hurt a lot, but
you got kind of a new family out here hunting monsters with you in a way too, which is interesting.
Yeah, I did actually want to touch on that because where Gideon's been in the past, he's away from home. He's been on mission for it's almost been 2 years now,
right?
Just about. I think Gideon was missing his family back home for especially during the holidays.
And when he says on mission, he means from the church, not as a monster hunter.
Right. Yeah.
He's just recently figured out that was a whole different.
That was same mission, different but same. But I think with, as you mentioned, this found family here, I think he's done a lot to ingratiate himself with them. I think, among other things that Gideon's been doing, he has been like trying to make them known, make how he feels known to these people, and try and like keep them together as sort of like a makeshift family. So
that's cool.
Yeah,
that makes sense. All right, well, moving on from there. Next up, they've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for almost eternity, an alien merchant engineer with an incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner. One of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, but basically all the CoFH RPG people here that do stuff, all of our channels, Screen Room stuff, etc. My good friend, Psycho Golf. Why don't you go ahead and talk about yourself and your character?
Oh no.
You're muted.
Hi there. Psycho.
Oh, there you
Got distracted. I'm a gamer, so getting back into this is really exciting for me. Lots of things rattling around in my brain. Um, so looking forward to tonight. And I play Jaeger, who is a tailor. I think the only one with an actual day job. Uh, Jaeger is from Nebraska, so he's American born, but comes from a German family of monster hunters. And from a very young age, they trained him to be an expert at it. As such, Jaeger has a haven, which takes the form of a subway station that's old and abandoned. And he has turned that into quite the little hideout under his tailoring shop. And for the past few months, he's been taking care of his day job, making sure the shop's up and running, profitable, and the haven is accessible and up to date.
Awesome. We'll definitely be talking about the Haven some more here in detail here when we get going, because I think that's probably where we'll end up picking up with our first real scene, is somewhere in and around that. That's going to be largely up to you guys. We'll get there in a minute. But finally, he's been a caravan trader who rebuilt a cultural identity by providing them a new home, a briefly lived shotgun-wielding former pirate, and a holy man that killed his brother. Another old friend, Hemdall. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and what's up with Michael.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hemi. Just kind of recovering from a sickness, so I won't be talking as much as I would like. But someone who's not sick is who I'm playing. His name is Michael Ward, and he can't get sick because he's monstrous. Specifically, a werewolf.
Why don't you describe what you look like when you're a werewolf, since we've done that reveal already?
Somewhere between 7 and 8 feet tall, bright white fur, large sharp fangs. He can go between either that traditional, like, hunched over hybrid, like, werewolf man form, or into a full wolf and be as large as, like, a dire wolf.
Pretty awesome. And yeah, he mentioned there the playbook you're using is the monstrous. I believe, Lester, you mentioned that you were using the Flake playbook. We didn't quite get, I think, into what Gideon's was, but we mentioned that Jaeger was the expert. If you wanna go ahead and mention, since we have been so long in playing Gideon and Jinx there, if you want to mention what your playbooks are, that's fine. I think that would be, since we've already revealed those.
Gideon is super regular. His playbook came after the idea for the character, actually, but I'm just a mundane. I'm just a regular old Joe.
Yeah, I like that you had the idea to play a mundane, basically, and then you were like, what's the closest thing to that? Oh, this.
Yeah,
okay.
It worked out. I was like, this is perfect. This is fucking great. And Mundane's got some pretty interesting abilities, man. So
Mundane's really about growth in a lot of ways, right? Because it's right, like you transition to other playbooks pretty easily because you get more XP, kind of, and you also kind of create XP for other people in the group.
Right, absolutely.
So it's a pretty interesting, kind of an XP battery, and then like a built-in change mechanism, because you can also just pick up moves from other playbooks for a while too.
Oh yeah, totally.
So you can become like a mundane that's like a badass, right? Like
the other playbook. Yeah.
It's pretty cool what you can do with them.
Yeah,
very interesting playbook. And yeah, what about Jane?
Jinx is a initiate, so that's basically it's a cultist. So in this game, yeah, it's an initiate. Is there's some different backgrounds, different playbooks that are kind of similar, but this one's kind of specifically a secret organization. And obviously that's we've
revealed them, so you can talk about that a little bit if you want.
The Bohemian Circle. that it's some sort of old organization that has long known about the Veil and about monsters from Europe. She got pulled into that world when she was studying as a student in DC. And yeah, they it's a light touch kind of, but when they call or they write her a letter or leave her some kind of note, they expect unhesitating action because they called.
Right. Okay, well, on that note, let's go ahead and get into this week's episode of Hunt. Episode 4 of Legend.
The legends are real. Most live comfortably behind the veil. For some, the veil is pierced, and the truth of this world is discovered. Usually that discovery is swiftly followed by a painful death. There are a few, though, with enough luck, wits, determination, or pain that they manage to survive. Faced with the grim truth of this world, some of those that have pierced the veil and lived have chosen to fight back, leading strange lives on the edge of darkness. Choosing to stare down the truth of this world and not flinch. This is their calling. This is the hunt.
All right, we made it. It happened. The music stopped though. There it goes. Now we've made it. Initially meeting our hunters back in October of 2002, as they dealt with the threat of lycanthropy, or what I should say, a lycanthropy outbreak on a local university campus, eventually culminating in the truth being revealed behind the condition of one of the hunters as a type of lichen themselves, which we mentioned earlier, obviously. They've proven successful in their hunt, but became embroiled in several ongoing mysteries. The details of which I won't mention too much now because that would take way too much time, but as they come up, they'll in play, I'm sure they'll get mentioned. Most recently, in the middle of November 2002, the hunters had just saved the lives of 2 Hushwood couples from a Myling child spirit. Putting the child spirit properly to rest, and then avenging the wrongful death of the child through combat with a malformed creature of darkness bred through the evils of man, they also had truly begun the process of settling in and working as a team in the town of Hushwood, uncovering its many mysteries and defending the innocent from horrors untold. It's been a bit of time since then, both in real life and in the universe of Hunt, so we pick up after a bit of downtime and adjustment for our characters. It is now January 15th, 2003. And if there's any pre-mystery moves or anything like that, this would be the time to start looking into doing those.
You said the 15th?
Correct.
I want to find out what day of the week that is.
I actually had a calendar, but I don't anymore.
I need to roll.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it.
Tuesday.
Did it happen? No, that was just a different thing.
Ooh, first roll? First roll since the break?
Oh,
This
that's
is.
true. Yeah, this
This
be.
is.
Holy shit.
May you fail all your rolls tonight, boys.
What? Whose side are you
XP.
on?
That's how you get XP, dog.
He wants us to level.
I want to
He's not
roll
wrong.
good. I want to roll good.
Then you're
Yeah,
going
but I
to
don't
be
think that
mundane for the rest of your
works
damn
for-
life.
He's
For
got
this
other
roll.
abilities to give him XP.
My short ass life.
It is. I think it's any failed roll, bro.
It is, but he has
I don't
other
think you can
abilities that give him
fail
XP
this
too.
roll though.
Oh, well.
Is it a table
Really?
roll?
I don't know what you're rolling.
I think it's like, yeah, he's rolling his thing. We'll see what
To
happens. Just
connect
roll
the
the damn thing.
dots.
Yeah.
Rolling the damn thing with sharp. Got no. Okay, boom. What happened? Did it
Okay,
go?
yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Okay.
All right, average. Woo.
Mixed success. All right, what does that mean for your ability?
I hold 1. So I get 1 question during this mystery. I get to ask 1 question
Okay.
at any time
So keep that in
from
mind.
this list.
Put that in your
Right.
fucking pocket.
Don't forget about that. Does anybody else need to do anything like that? Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and move us straight into the seat of the mystery here.
I think I can do mine a little later.
Okay. So, on that note, it's January 15th, 2003.
Tuesday.
And our camera, Tuesday, thank you. And our camera zooms in at night. The evening of January 15th, I should say. So Tuesday evening. The sun just now creeping its way behind the nearby mountains of Hushwood. The sky darkening, just clouds in it, but it's not too overly hazy tonight. It's clear enough to see a few stars in the sky as our camera moves across the town silently. We see a few vehicles, people leaving their day jobs, going home for the evening. And our camera moves past all of these to the outskirts of town, to the north, towards where all the farms and the agricultural center of Hushwood exists. Closer and closer to the forest, we see the skyline dominated by these huge mountains in the distance and the forest beyond, as we begin to weave in and out of these fields of various crops, grains, etc., and moving eventually into a cornfield. Tall, about a bit taller than you would expect corn to be on average, like significantly tall. And that's kind of strange looking amidst some of these other fields. It's like it's extra it's like grown larger than normal compared to some of the other fields nearby, and it's noticeable as
Especially
our
in
camera
January,
passes.
yeah.
Well, that absolutely, and that's what we're going to get to. And so we see some of these other fields alongside them having grown things like olives, and so they just have these like bare trees and stuff. But this one cornfield in the middle of them all it doesn't look like it's ready to harvest, but it does look like they are at their kind of like period of peak growth. So these are tall stalks, and they don't seem to mind the weather here. Now, granted, we're in California. It's not particularly cold here this evening or anything like that, but it's Northern California, so it's not hot, and it's certainly not kind of the weather you would associate with crop growth of this level. And our camera moves past all of this. We see some of these breaks in the field as our camera moves across the top of it. A strange circle in the field, a line this way and a line that. And on top of a nearby barn, 2 teenagers sitting, looking out in the field. One of them points out towards it, climb down from the top of the barn. We can see them on the side of the camera, now switching to following them, and lighting just at the edge of the barn, now watching the 2 teenagers climb down in front of us. We hear one of them say, "Yeah, they say it's over here. I swear they've seen it before. It's got to be around here. Let's check it out." And the 2 teenagers, one male, one female, go down the ladder and walk away from us. Now our camera turns to follow them, not literally following them, but turning to follow them from the top of this barn. And we see the teenagers walking out in the field and some of the corn parting ways as they move through it into this circle in the middle of the field. There's a bright flash of light. The corn is disturbed slightly, and then nothing. Our camera fades to black. So now we move to the hunters. The next day, the 16th, so Wednesday. Thank you, Society. For this would be, let's see. Yes, I need the flake to roll sharp.
Okie dokie.
Hot damn. Okay.
Yeah.
So that corresponds to here. All right. So you would, since you're the flake, and I think this makes a lot of sense too, maybe even for Jane to pick up, or maybe pick up through you. You can kind of decide how you want to act about this. I'm going to give you this bit of information, and then you're going to have to deliver it to the other people, and stuff like that, however you want, Mad Cow. But for context, there have been some people claiming that there are UFO sightings and stuff in the area of Northern California. You know this. You follow a lot of that. There have never been any UFO sightings in Hushwood specifically, but there are now recent reports of some crop circles and things that have appeared in some of the fields north of town. In the reporting of that, you've kind of probably even gone out there and looked at them, maybe taken some pictures and stuff like that. Nothing special has ever showed up. But what's different is Paddington Reynolds, who is a conspiracy theorist and a UFO expert. He's even been on television a few times on a few of these like UFO hunter shows and things like that. Is convinced that extraterrestrials have been creating the crop circles that have now been reported on television and stuff here, in Hushwood, and has posted on his blog that he will be filming an episode in Hushwood in the recent circles, and has come to investigate. So you would get that information. He intends to broadcast live from those circles.
Let him. Watch him disappear in a flash of light.
Probably gonna be the feds. Am I right, Lester?
We'll see. So that's the information that Lester, you have. You saw it on Paddington Reynolds' blog that he's coming to investigate. He thinks that they are real. I would say your how you think of him, like in terms of context, is up to you. But at either rate, he is considered to be like a UFO expert or whatever.
UFOlogist?
Whatever that means. Yes. So whatever that would, means in context. I will say you also, because you're the flake and you got a 10 on your roll there, I'll let you know that Paddington is vehemently like against the idea of like anything else. He doesn't believe in like monsters or fairies or anything like that exists. And for context, you as a hunter have definitely seen things that he would say are not real, but you've never seen UFOs. But I think you said you believe in UFOs already, so that's kind of so there is some context there for how you might approach that. But anyway, so that's the information you have. What do you want to do with it, and where do you want to pick up your first scene? Because I'm going to give you guys a choice of moving in either in the hideout or in one of your houses to start with, and then we can have Lester deliver the information however you want.
I'm homeless, so...
Yep. You have a van, though.
Yes. My van is usually parked at Lester's. Or, not
Yeah,
Lester's,
I was gonna
sorry,
say-
Jaeger's.
I thought we established that I was going to let you live in the house because I have this big house and it's just me. Or am I misremembering that?
Oh, I don't remember that conversation. That would be fantastic, though.
Okay. Well,
You are family.
I would definitely do that, right? Like exactly.
Well, this is the time to talk about it. It's been 2 months or whatever. So
I would bet that's a good amount of time to have had that discussion, and I probably drive you around now more like exclusively.
Yes.
Like, so like you can probably keep a lot of your junk in my van.
okay. Well, it
I
sounds
would
like we
take
have
the
our
van.
it sounds like we have our first flashback scene then, to set up. So let's move into like let's say mid-December, with Gideon in his van, essentially out front of the tailor shop currently parked, and Lester probably in the van with him. If anybody else wants to be in the van to have the conversation, so we can arrange for that stuff, feel free to join the scene. You don't have to tell me now. You can just kind of start talking, and we'll just assume you're in the van with them.
This is when?
This will be like mid-December in a flashback, just to have the
Okay.
conversation, to see like,
Gotcha.
how did that all take place, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I guess I don't know where your car is, Lester, but if anyone else is in the car, I'll just drop you off here, and then I'll go and find somewhere to park and try and run the heater on the van every hour or so. I gotta like turn it up, make sure I run the car, and I don't want to run out of gas though. But I think I could park it here in the parking lot. That's cool though, right? Underneath the lights.
Yeah, the lights should keep you warm. Get
That's what I'm thinking.
A nice thick blanket. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go. No, what the? You kidding me? Come on. You're gonna come to my house. That's ridiculous.
You mean that?
It's, obviously. Come on.
I mean, I've never been inside your house. I really appreciate the offer.
Oh, I didn't say inside.
Oh, well, that's fine. I could just park in the driveway or a garage. Do you have a garage I can park in?
No, I've got like 6 bedrooms. You can have a bedroom.
6 bedrooms. Okay, that sounds great. Actually,
Last
this
time
sounds
in town,
fantastic. You know, this is really great. This is shaping up to be a nice holiday. Truth be told, I've been missing my mom and dad a lot this past week, and you're the only family I got out here. Besides, you know, Mr. Toten and everyone else. That kind of, I consider you all my family. I appreciate this, Lester.
Of course. Just, you know, don't touch things.
Oh yeah.
Just ask. You know, just ask. There's a lot of
All right.
technology. Just ask. That's all.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Also, everything
All
is
right.
trapped.
Do I need like a map or like passwords or anything?
You don't want to set off any alarms. Just
All right.
turn handles counterclockwise.
Okay, that's weird. Is that essential? Is that necessary?
Yeah.
Okay.
sure.
All right. Good to know. Good to know. Well, all right. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Family.
You know, I don't know if you want to help me out later. I was going to go down to the soup kitchen and help out a little bit down there.
That sounds abhorrent. I don't want to do that.
Okay. Well, figured I'd offer. If you change your mind, let me know. I can give us both a ride down there.
So let's cut
Got
to
lots of, stuff to do.
we'll cut to like the van driving down the road as you are making your way to Lester's house with this conversation playing out, and then we'll fade back in with the van parking in front of Lester's house. If you want to walk into it the first time, so you can just describe what the interior of your house looks like.
I'd love to see the inside of this place. Well, I guess this is it. It's good to park here.
So if you've seen Fight Club, it's
Can't say that I have, actually.
not quite that, but
That's good that people won't be fighting in here.
it's pretty dilapidated. Big old wood house, basically.
Okay, so you
Oh, Lester.
open
Be careful
the
where
front
you
door,
step.
or
This is
is
great.
there
Does
like
it
a big porch on
have
it? or what?
heating?
Yeah, big porch on it. That's where we're standing right now, basically. So, you know,
Covered in
it's
spiders.
just be careful. Just there. Okay. So when you go upstairs, we'll go to the left, and there's 3 rooms. It's going to be the 3rd room. You're not going to want to go in the other 2. There are some places
What's
that
in the
where
other
the
2?
floors aren't. Well, see, the floors. There's some decay. It's an old house. There's some decay happening. You just want to make sure that you don't go in a couple of the rooms you could fall through.
What's that smell, Lester? You live like this? I mean, thank you so much for inviting me into your home.
That's. Oh, do you smell the Funyuns? Is that what?
I don't
is
know
that
what
what's
it
happening?
is. I don't really want to figure it out. We'll just leave that up to a mystery. Be
Lester
solved
goes
another
blind to
day.
his house.
I'm not sure.
Is it actually heat in here? Or is it all the electronics just giving off that much heat?
Well, there is a wood burning fireplace, but
Oh, really? It's
don't-
just this hot all the time?
yeah, I don't ever light a fire. That's ridiculous.
That's
My
fair.
friends produce heat for me.
Yeah. I'm sorry. There's other people here.
Yep.
Oh. Well, I'm Gideon. Nice to meet you all. I don't see anyone, Lester.
Just wave at the corner over there. They'll see you.
Oh, that's creepy.
I'm
Thanks.
just kidding.
All right.
You're not gonna fall through any floors. I'm just fucking with you. I know it looks like an old rundown house, but it's pretty safe. You can go anywhere you want to. Just pick any room you want to.
All right.
And then but seriously, the electronics, just don't touch the electronics. Everything else, you're more than welcome to use anything you find around.
All right. I go into the kitchen. How's the kitchen?
Sink full of dishes and lots of takeout, like Chinese cartons in the trash can. And
Gideon puts his stuff down. He clears out a space on. Do you have like an island in your kitchen or something, or like countertops or somewhere?
no,
Like,
actually
where
it's a
you
pretty
eat?
big open area. I eat
Gotcha.
at there's kind of like there's a table in the corner, but it's like there's laptops all over it. There wouldn't be room for you to sit there.
Yeah, I'll move some like magazines and newspapers off of this table nearest me, or set them down, and I'll put my stuff down, and then I'll just start doing the dishes, man. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just Gideon like sighs, and he rolls up his sleeves, and he just starts doing the dishes.
Cheapest rent you ever
Well, I
had.
appreciate that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I appreciate you offering to let me stay here. I really do. I wasn't trying to guilt trip you or anything. That was just that van is
Oh no,
mighty cold.
I would never think anyone of the church would ever try to guilt trip anyone. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I mean, you're the first person that's stayed here with me, so that'll be fun.
Well, like a slumber party. All right.
Like, yeah,
Looking forward
like a
to it.
sleepover. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Or heck yeah. Dang it. Been
All right,
practicing too.
so we'll move forward. We'll move forward a bit in time, not quite a month, back to the evening of, or the morning of Wednesday, January 16th, 2003, in Lester's house. Now with Gideon there, the kitchen probably immaculate now, having cleaned everything, like
Better.
you know, to whatever degree you guys want to talk about, but the camera like basically turns, and as it turns, time goes by. It's kind of like a time lapse. We see you moving by, and then it slows back down. We return to our current frame that we left just a moment ago in our flashback, with Lester sitting here looking at the report on one of his on the blog that you're reading currently for Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, and so we move back into scene there. What do you do?
Okay.
So Gideon, you're probably also in the house too.
Yeah, I'd be sitting at the table, which is, like I said, off in the corner of this big open kind of kitchen dining room thing, right?
There's a larger area cleared off now, and I'm sitting there and I'm reading
Yep.
over scriptures.
Okay.
Awesome. And so I guess I'd be reading this blog, and I would just be like, they're fucking here.
Who?
Oh
Who,
my
here
god,
now?
they're fucking here.
Oh
Not
man,
here,
I don't like it
here,
when you say
but
that.
here. Not house here, city here. They're here. From out there, they're here. And I'll swivel the laptop around, and I'll have a picture of like a UFO with like a tractor beam coming out, like really like.
Is that a real photograph? Holy
kinda hardcore.
cow!
And I'll be like, they're fucking here finally. I've been waiting for them to come
All
to
those
Hushville.
F-bombs. Oh lord.
I can't believe they're fighting. And this guy Paddington,
Paddington,
I mean,
that's a cute
I know you've
name.
never heard of Paddington, but
I know the bear.
he's a bear. He's not the bear.
Is that 2002? I don't remember actually. Probably.
That's old. Paddington's
Yeah,
old.
Paddington's old. That's right.
I feel it. Okay. Not the
And
bear.
British, I think.
This is the most renowned UFOlogist that exists in the world.
UFOs are real too?
Oh
I
yeah,
never even considered that.
aliens. Yeah, man. They're out
Really?
there.
That's behind the veil?
I mean, not really behind the veil. It just depends on what circles you run in. I wouldn't consider that behind the veil.
There's something else entirely. Oh
a lot
my
of
gosh.
So here's the thing about Paddington. He literally doesn't believe any of the Veil stuff. He doesn't believe any of that. He doesn't think any of it's real.
But he believes in aliens.
He's a UFOlogist. Yeah, he knows all about it. So he's coming here.
To your
his
house?
blog says that he's coming here, not here, but city here.
Oh,
Not
I thought
house
you were
here?
Friends.
He's going.
Parasocial
No, I
relationship.
wish. I keep DMing him. He's going to the crop circle. Oh, right. So there are crop circles here. I forgot to mention that there are crop circles here, like up the road. So that's why he's coming.
We should go look at those. That sounds awesome.
I feel like we should. I feel like it's. I think we need to go. I think we
That
need to
sounds
call
really
Jaeger.
cool.
I think we
I've
need to
actually
call
heard.
Jane.
You know, when I was doing some
Think we need to call Mike?
proselytizing around town, I heard that there was rumors of cattle mutilations up there. I don't know how
They
much truth is in those
do
rumors,
that.
but wait, who does that?
The fucking aliens. They do that.
Oh, those F-bombs. Yeah, the aliens though.
They do it. All right. So I know Paddington. Paddington's on. He knows exactly. He's on everything. He's on all.
You and him are like this. Then.
All the boards. I've
Man, you know a lot of
pretended.
people. It's so cool.
Chatted with. I've posted on. Okay, I posted on his blog. He's responded
wow.
to posts. He's not a friend, but he's he's replied to a comment, and it was
cool.
pretty on a message board. So it was pretty cool on his forums, his message boards.
Well, we should see if anybody else wants to check out these crop circles.
I think we need to talk to him. He knows what he's talking about.
Paddington?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He's coming
let's
here.
find him.
He's gonna film.
Right.
He's gonna film live. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
He's gonna
we can get
live.
on TV.
It's gonna be cool. Yeah.
That'd be neat.
With
Yeah,
Paddington the bear.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess let me finish up here. You don't want to like talk about any of the scriptures here with me, do you? I take it. I ask every morning, and you always say no. But one day I'm gonna get you. Is today that day?
Keep asking.
Oh.
Keep asking.
Well, let me finish up, and then I'll give Mr. Toten a call, see if he wants to check out these crop circles.
Yes. Call Jaeger. I will message Jane.
Right? Sounds like a plan.
I will send a message to Jinx
Online.
over the internet.
AOL.
Yep.
Bling!
Yeah,
You both do
AIM.
like UFO forum stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah, we met on the forums.
Right. Okay. What does your message say? Just go ahead and like tell me what it says.
So it would say they're here, meet at Jaeger's.
Okay. All right, Gideon, you're calling Jaeger.
Yeah, I'll call Mr. Toten.
Okay. So you're using your own phone or using one of Lester's?
No, he doesn't let me touch any of the electronics here, so I'll have mine. I tried to use a phone like the first like couple days I was there, and he like did not appreciate that. Yeah, he slapped my hand and everything.
And then broke the phone.
Yeah, he's like, "What are you thinking?"
He touched it.
Drove the phone 5 miles out into the desert.
Yeah.
Weird.
You turned it on?
All right, let's go. Ring, ring. Jaeger, your phone's ringing.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Toten. How's your morning going?
Splendid. I just got a cup of coffee.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Well, after you enjoy your cup of coffee, would you like to come out? Well, I guess. Hang on, Lester, where are we meeting?
We're going to Jaeger's.
Oh.
I told
well,
Jane to
hang
go
on.
to Jaeger's.
Well, we're gonna come see you, Mr. Toad. We're coming
All
to
right,
hang out.
that's fine. The shop's empty.
Cool. We found some crop circles.
Crop circles.
Yeah, you know, part of the more veil stuff. Well, above the veil, if I understand correctly.
So Lester's in one of those moods again, huh?
Oh, he's in a good mood, yeah.
Okay. I'll see you when you get here.
All right. Sounds good, Mr. Toad. Enjoy your coffee. Click.
All right. So with that, Jane, you get the message. However you want to receive that. They're here. Meet at Jaeger's.
Jane is sitting in her kind of study upstairs. Her desk is covered in papers and reference materials about forestry and environmental things. She is working on a report for some people in DC that are obviously tied to the Bohemian Circle indirectly. She is working on basically a political science like paper, lobbyist kind of paper about forest management,
Okay.
allow, the benefits of cutting down certain forests and keeping other forests, and that's the kind of thing that she does with for the circle. It's kind of like writing these policy papers to justify things that are obviously they care about forests because they're trying to control the monsters. But so she's kind of justifying.
So I will say this because
politically.
you're specifically doing that. You've probably run into a lot of like law and legislation and stuff surrounding like various arbor rights, like chopping down trees and all that stuff. And one thing you will note is probably have noted since you're doing that is there are some extremely strict laws around chopping down trees and stuff like that around Hushwood.
Yeah.
Any one of these planted trees is like a huge offense to chop down, etc. that are in the tree, the ancient oaks that cover the town. There's a lot of legislation that goes back to the founding of the town about these trees. So specifically because you were looking at forest stuff, I'd say that would be something you would note. And they've kind of pushed out the circle of where these trees can be planted and where their protected zone is and stuff over the decades. So it started as a small area and is now what you see on the map, the Hushwood map. Here, I just flew down the stream there. All those, the bright green in the middle here has extended out beyond this point, but it was just originally kind of right in the middle there back in the day. So that's something you would have noticed. Anyway, I actually
So
need
that
you
is-
to roll. I actually need you in your first scene here as the initiate to roll plus weird.
Ooh.
So that is part of Jane's cover story with the circle. So it's essentially a legitimate job. She gets these requests and does papers, political writing essentially. And that is how that's the mechanism that they provide her income.
Makes sense.
Psycho suggested he was on the job, so I wanted to get that out on the record. Okay, are you having me do the thing where I call? Oh no, you want weird. Sorry.
No, this is weird. This is for a different thing specific to this mystery that you're in currently. Okay.
7.
Okay, so that would be. All right. So this message comes up on your screen that Lester just sent you, and you read it, and just about the time you're like, "Wait, what does he mean?" Okay. There's a knock on your door. It's not gonna come through, so because of the voice thing. So, but there's a knock. Knock, knock, knock.
I will quickly type. Thank you, Mr. Stroff, for your message. We'll be there shortly, and then turn my computer off and run down to the door. Yes, coming.
You hear a voice from behind the door. Take your time.
Sounds
Oh,
like a
yes,
cop.
yes, and I'll roll open the door.
You see the
yes, hello?
familiar sunglassed face of Deputy David Morin as he stands there in full uniform, gun on his hip and everything, but it's like buckled down. He's like not touching it or anything. And he has his hat off currently, kind of on his chest. It says, "Excuse me, Miss Meyer. This is an odd one, but at the
Yes, David?
there was all right, so he looks down at his badge, kind of like a little flustered at that for a moment, and then back up at you. Well, and he moves his hat away, and there's a envelope in his it's like a little manila envelope, not like a big manila one, but like a smaller manila one, but it's got this bulge in the middle of it, like it's like there's something inside of it that's obviously not paper, right? And just in the middle of it. Strange, but we had a detective come in from DC the other day. Left this here, said we'd be doing him a favor if we opened this up. I gotta say, Captain was pretty cagey about all of it, but anyway, gave it to me today. I opened it up, and it's addressed to you. So he said, "We'll bring it on over. You're the one that knows her." So yeah, this ain't really my job.
Yes,
know.
David. Well, this certainly is strange. Obviously, you have much more important things to be doing.
Well, I'm glad you understand that, ma'am.
Yeah, I would certainly take that off your hands. Sorry if whatever you got mixed up in.
It's like he's holding the envelope out to you, and you're taking it. What you think's in it there? He's like not quite letting go of it as you're like holding on to it.
I'm sure I couldn't possibly know, but I will. I'll let you know whatever I find out.
There's this like moment where he's like doesn't quite let go when you're trying to pull it. And
will there be anything else?
No, lets it go. As he does, you can kind of get a better look at it. The envelope flips over, and there's a drawing of a red ribbon on it.
I'm so sorry again that you were drawn into this. Please let me know.
What you suppose this is exactly?
I'll glance down at the objects.
Have you opened the envelope?
So it's just an envelope with the thing.
It's a flat manila envelope with a bulge in the middle, and on one side a drawing of a red ribbon.
So I'll kind of hesitantly open the envelope and peek inside it. Try not to pull out what's in it, but just kind of look inside.
Okay, it's a human finger.
Oh, that's worse. Is there a ring on that finger?
Like an old human finger, one that's like not quite skeleton, but like a mummy finger, if you want to think of it like that.
Delicious.
He doesn't see inside of it, but he is kind of like looking over.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you. I think I know what might be going on, but I'm not sure. So why don't I just stop by the insert name? In the past we talked about a police bar, and I mentioned that I go there sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I
forgot which one.
Here.
Oh, I remember where it is.
The Lucky Leprechaun?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's it. Cheap beer only dive bar where police and firefighters tend to hang out.
Listen, I'm actually in the middle of work right now, but why don't I stop by the Leprechaun? I'm sure I'll bump into you, and I'll let you know what happens with this.
Oh,
okay.
Sounds like you're trying to manipulate someone.
Okay, all right. Okay. Manipulates. Yes.
Well, you get an XP. Let me see. I need to see the context of what I can do to you now. One
Oh
second.
Lord. Oh Lord.
I mean,
He goes, just kidding, I have a warrant for your arrest.
whoa. I haven't done anything. He's the one that's trafficking in human parts.
It's in your possession now.
Citizen's arrest.
That shit doesn't work for anything except child pornography.
Okay, so so what you're trying to do here is basically like make him go away, right? So you don't have to reveal what this is to him.
Yeah, just trying to use leverage the social situation to. I mean, he's obviously doesn't want to like outright be like, I need to see what's on that envelope, so I'm trying to use my persona to just kind of shuffle him away.
Okay, so I'll say that at this point you can kind of tell he doesn't buy that you're gonna tell him what's actually in the envelope later, but he has no legal right to demand to see what's in there. So and he's a good cop or whatever. He won't actually do that. So like, what he's gonna do is just kind of, you're gonna see this look of like disappointment on his face. All right, Miss Meyer, I'll see you later. And he puts his hat back on and turns around and walks away. You can see there's a moment where he stops and turns and looks back and shakes his head and gets in his squad car.
Thanks again, David.
He does wave out the window as he goes by and slowly drives away with his eyes.
I pull out my Magnum. I do a Batman or Joker and blow up his car.
Giant.
Yeah.
Revolver.
All right. Well, I will obviously pop into the like my little lounge there, my parlor, and dump this envelope out on the table.
Okay. So inside of the envelope, besides the finger, is just loose inside of it what looks to be, and you're not like a metallurgy expert, but you're used to like spell reagents and stuff like that. It looks to be a form of gold dust.
Okay. Does that
Like not a lot of it, like a small amount, just loose in the envelope.
does that from my arcane knowledge, does that ring any bells? What might be getting at here?
So that was
Or,
part
like,
of the weird roll that you did earlier.
Okay.
So on you got a mixed success there. So what that means is you get 1 hold, and I get 2 holds for something that I can do to you. So if you want to use this 1 hold to ask specific questions about this thing, ask a specific question about this thing, then yeah, you can do
What
that.
are you?
I'll give you a pretty straight answer depending on the question.
Well, this came from the Grove. It's a finger and it's gold
circle,
dust.
You mean?
Sorry, the circle.
The circle.
Yeah, Bohemian Grove is the real cult, but that's a different thing.
Yeah.
For a different day. I'm probably gonna make that mistake a lot. I'm assuming this is a message, right? Like they're being like, there's some zombies in the area because this is, everybody knows gold dust is what's used to summon zombies. Like this is a subtle message, but obviously why would they be? I don't know why they would be going through the police department necessarily, but yeah, like what's the mess? Is this a message to me? And if so, what do I take from it?
Chief of police is working for the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be implied.
So I would say, given your mixed success there, I'll answer you as fully as I can. Yes, it probably is a message, but not in what you're thinking. The message was probably in the delivery method, which is probably why it was delivered the way it was the message. As for the context for what you've got here, that looks like it might be part of a Hand of Glory, which is a very powerful kind of witchcraft artifact. The gold dust around it, you would know from your studies at the
And
circle
I can pull out a
itself.
book or anything if need be.
Right. So I'm not gonna make you roll an investigate a mystery or anything like that. That's used as a like a neutralizing agent, basically, to keep the finger from coming to life.
Okay. Like it. So I might as well use this opportunity to
I would also like to just pause for just a second, just so we take a moment to acknowledge where are you, Michael, in all of this? Because we've got Jaeger. We've established where Jaeger is at. He's at his place. He's opening the shop, getting ready to receive people at the hideout. We know that Gideon and Lester are at Lester's house, and they're loading up in the van or whatever to come over to Jaeger's. And we know that Jinx is at her house, having just received this message and stuff. Where exactly are you at?
What time of day is it? Pretty early in the morning.
Morning. Right? It's like 9:15 in the morning, something like that. On Wednesday.
Pretty early, but you said Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably be at the construction job or something.
Okay. So let's put you at one of the new house construction areas. That's in kind of the more downtown area. That's happening down there. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. So if you guys want to get in touch with him, you're gonna have to probably call the site, or he might have a cell phone. Do you have a cell phone on you?
I didn't before, but I would have picked one up during the jump.
The downtime. All right. So yeah, you've got a new phone. Probably Lester helped you pick one out. The least likely to be bugged. So yeah, if you guys want to call him, feel free at any point. I just wanted to so we had out of character knowledge kind of to do something like that to bring him in whenever. But let's go back to you, Jane. You were doing something?
I'm going to find a nice jar to put the finger and gold dust into.
Okay.
I think I'll go ahead and take it with me. And then I'm going to call. I'll go down and use my phone in the basement to call my contact with the circle.
All right. The phone rings one time, and you hear it picks up. There's nobody on the other line to say anything yet. What do you say?
This is Jinx. Iris the sorry, what's the name of this place? Thriftwood?
Hushwood?
Threepwood?
It's been a few weeks.
The Hushwood PD delivered your package. I'm awaiting your direction. And I'm gonna use my my move in good standing with my sect. At the beginning of each mystery, I'm gonna roll to ask for their guidance. So it makes success. So on a 7 to 9, you get a mission associated with the mystery, and if you do it, you'll get some help or info about the mystery.
Okay. Interesting. There's a bit of a pause, and you can kind of hear what sounds like rustling on the other end of the phone for a minute, like it's being moved. And then it's kind of strange though, because you're hearing like the phone get moved, but it sounds like there's also like a voice changer or something on the phone. So like when you hear sounds like strange and messed up, and then a moment later, 1 second, if this works. Then a moment later,
If the legend of Crete is real, bring the dust of the horn. Place it within the package, and have it sent our way.
And then they hang up.
Oh.
If the legend of Crete is real,
That's what he said.
then use the dust on the horn, put it in the package, and send it our way.
Bring us the dust of the horn. So take dust of the horn, put it in the package, and send it to us.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna shrug and grab my usual kits and go in my car and head over to Jaeger's.
Okay. So you drive over to Jaeger's. I mean, we don't have to like. We'll just cut to Jaeger's, basically, with everybody arriving
Take
there.
a left, then a right, another right, then a left.
So the I would say like probably you arrive first because you're much closer than Lester and Gideon are. Even if you left at a similar time or even slightly after, I think you would still probably arrive first.
But the thing with thing with David, and then the call with the circle. But
yeah, but you're much closer than Lester is. Lester lives like way out. He doesn't live in town technically. He lives like outside of the incorporated area. So you can swing by and do things on your way before you would even get there. So if there's anything you want to like do, like pick up coffee or anything like that, you can say you would have done that. But yeah, without much time, you would pull up into the parking lot of the tailor shop, I guess. Is that where you would go, or would you go to Lester's house? Or I mean, Jaeger's house.
Let's change it up a little bit. Why don't I message I would text Doll's character.
Michael.
Michael, sorry.
The names are all there on the stream if you look at the stream.
Yeah, sorry. I got all too many windows open. Yeah, I would text Michael and say we're headed to Jaeger's. Can you join?
We'll give him a minute to get back.
So pending that, I would swing by and pick him up.
Okay.
But either way, then I would basically just pull up. I would just kind of pull up and try to intuit, like, are there lights on in his house or the shop that would help me figure out where he is. But if there's no sign either way, I would just I would try the shop first, I guess, knowing that that's our hideout, and then that I feel like this is a mission.
Well, how would you respond to that text, Michael?
So I would text
back shortly after saying, after work unless serious.
No problem. Such a good worker. Thanks, Michael! Exclamation.
And just before everybody arrives and we jump into scene here with everybody at the hideout, I want to do a reminder real quick that Jaeger and Lester both have boons of fate from the last session that somebody got them. I don't remember who. But thank you whoever got those. I don't remember who it was. But I could maybe scroll back a long ways and see, but that's weeks ago. Anyway, so just keep that in mind. You have those to spend on something if you want to. But yeah, so we move into that now. You pull up into the parking lot, not picking Michael up on the way, but having just gotten your message back from him. You kind of go by the construction site where he's working or whatever. You may even like see him in the distance as you kind of drive by or whatever, because there's probably not a lot of construction workers there like building this house, but Yeah, it's not very far from where you would live. It's essentially, I mean, the area that I was thinking it would be in is basically just north of just south of the Hushwood Hotel. So you would kind of go by it on your way to Jaeger's, or shit, I always do that. Yeah, on Jaeger's. I was right that time. But you would go by it on your way to Jaeger's. Anyway, so I'll put the map up there. So like in that area there, somewhere in there. But anyway, before much time goes by, you arrive at the tailor shop. Toten's Tailoring, Alterations, and More on the sign. You can see it looks a little different now. You've got this horseshoe hanging over the door that you put there yourself a while back. That was last session that we played. Some stuff like that. There's a few differences. That the place looks a bit more like, to the trained eye, prepared for supernatural events. To the untrained eye, it's just like weird affectations, like a horseshoe, etc. Here and there. You know, a little marking on this window here for some reason, you know, artfully done enough that it doesn't detract from the appearance of the shop. Probably some going back and forth with Jaeger and Jane in the previous months as you've warded this place and prepared both the tailoring shop, probably the house, and especially the hideout, which I know you specifically got some pretty intense ward things on, or we're talking about doing that last time. So we can go into that detail here in a minute if we need to. But you pull up to the front, and I would say like maybe just a few minutes after you pull up, and you're kind of like getting out of your car and entering the place, like you've already stood outside of your vehicle or whatever, you would see the van. Are you guys riding in the van together?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you would see the van pull up and park, and it's like usual spot just outside of the tailoring shop, essentially as you're like just about to open the door to enter. So yeah, what do you guys do?
I'm waving before, like through the window, and then so Lester's with me. That was Jinx I was walking in.
Mm-hmm. I would say she's still out front, like she turned and saw you guys arrive.
Let's wait for them.
Hi, Miss Meyer. How's your morning?
Oh, it's a little interesting, but great overall.
Oh, how so? I'd love to hear about it.
Yes. Let's why don't we all go inside first?
Come on, Lester. Hurry up.
All right, let's go. It's been an exciting day for everyone.
Lock your door. Yeah, Lester found something out this morning too.
I can't wait to hear it. Well, after you.
You step into the interior of the tailor shop. Jaeger, why don't you describe to us the changes and stuff at the tailor shop, or like tell us where you're at and stuff?
Not too many real changes done. It's just a shop. He spent the most last few couple months just running business, keeping up the status quo as it is.
Do we see like an increase in demand of the cosplay stuff, or like ties that are different now?
Maybe a couple of like Christmas themed leftovers in the cosplay area, but
that makes sense.
Other than that, probably not. Mostly just suits,
Christmas tree ties and stuff being boxed up now or whatever because nobody's buying them anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are you at when they enter the shop?
Jaeger would probably be working, probably altering something.
Okay, so does that mean you're in the front or the back room?
At the front near the counter.
Okay, so you would see them as they enter. The little ding bell rings as well. Yeah, and you're all inside of the comfortable confines of the tailor shop.
Morning, Mr. Toten. How's your coffee?
Good morning. It was fine.
Nice. Good to hear. Oh, smells like peppermints in here as always. I really appreciate that.
Helps me think.
Oh, me too. I like it.
As I enter, I will take note of the amount of salt, like kind of at the door, and I'll maybe add a little bit more, like top it up.
Okay.
Has to be done regularly. Sorry.
You got any more books I can read, Mr. Toten? I've been really cramming about the last couple you gave me they were kind of hard to read, and there was a lot of, they're really old, so there's parts that were missing, but anything you got, I'm loving all this information you got.
Well, it would help if you spoke German, but no, I haven't
That would
finished
help.
translating anything new for you yet.
Well, let me know, because I'm just ready to get out there. I want to take down some more monsters. Let's go.
Speaking of out there, they're here.
See, yeah, that's scary when you say
They're
it like that.
here. Guys,
Tell them what you're
they're
talking about,
here.
because that's scary.
The aliens, they're here.
You hear that,
Finally,
guys?
they're here in Hushwood.
You hear that?
I've been waiting my entire life for them to come here. Have y'all seen on the internet? Have y'all seen?
That's crazy, right? I didn't even know that aliens were real.
No.
I have not
There are
seen it.
crop circles here in Hushwood. Where's Michael? Why isn't Michael here?
Yeah, we got to get Michael in on this.
I sent him
did
a
not
message.
contact
He's busy with work. He said to grab him if it was an emergency.
Well, I think this constitutes as a little bit of an emergency, right? Aliens being real?
It's a pretty big deal here.
Well, tell us more what you know, Lester, and we can go from there.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously everybody knows Paddington Reynolds. He's this prolific UFOlogist. I know
I had
everybody
never heard
knows
of
who
him
he
either.
is. Obviously, but most
He's
everybody
basically the ancient aliens
knows who he
guy.
is.
I'm texting Michael
So-
right now on my phone. Are you coming to hang out with us in a little bit?
Your phone's getting
So
blown up, man.
Paddington. He's coming here finally to Hushwood. We've got crop circles up kind of north, up, past my house up there. And
Where the rumors of the cattle mutilations are.
that's right. That's right. Everybody knows that's what they do. The aliens, they mutilate. Sorry. They mutilate.
They could
the
mutate too,
animals.
right?
They could mutate. We don't know. We've never captured one.
Are we about to? Are we about to capture the first alien?
I'm gonna try. Okay. Paddington is coming here and he's gonna film for the TV. I mean, if the aliens are gonna come, it's gonna be for Paddington. Hello?
Really?
Everybody knows who Paddington is.
Even the
He's-
aliens?
Everybody. Yep.
Oh.
They
That's good.
they watch our media and stuff so they can blend in with us when it's a whole thing.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So if you're curious about the
Yeah.
area that you're talking about, if you look it on the map, it's the farmland around Goldie's Valley Ranch, that area.
Yup. Cattle mutilations. I've never seen a mutilated cow before, but we might.
I've never had the pleasure of seeing one in person, only on the internet, but man, I've been waiting
I wouldn't call it
I-
pleasure.
for the you know how long I've been waiting for this to come to Hushwood?
No.
Oof,
Long time.
finally. Everybody's gonna know.
Don't
Everybody's
get your
gonna
hopes
know.
up. Manage your
He showed me a
expectations.
picture though. There was like an actual picture of a alien spacecraft.
Yeah, look, I'll pull my laptop out of my bag and open it up and put it on the table. See? Here it is.
So it's a picture of a spacecraft, and it's like whatever is in the background is definitely not Hushwood, and like it's probably almost guaranteed that it was just like a Photoshop like poster picture.
Look at that. Someone got that photo.
It's crazy,
That's
right? They
crazy.
were so
Yeah,
close to
that's
the
crazy.
UFO.
There's like a desert behind it. There's no desert near Hushwood at all, or whatever. Like,
That's wild. We're finally going to get some real hard evidence for the world to, like, I don't know though. This is part of the veil, right, Mr. Toten? That's what
No,
I'm still a little, no? Oh, it's above veil stuff then, right?
no.
Well, Lester's nodding.
My family has been cataloging monsters in a bestiary for a couple of centuries now, and there's nothing extraterrestrial out there.
I mean, couldn't monsters exist outside of the Earth? What if the aliens are just monsters?
Wouldn't that be?
Then they'd be real, right? Sorry?
Wouldn't that be the other way around?
Wouldn't. I mean, it could be the other way
If the
around,
aliens
but
were-
then we'd all be wrong.
Either way, no. Anything from space is extremely unlikely to be anywhere near our planet.
No, the aliens take you and they probe you in your butt, and so
Well, that doesn't sound
that's
good
not
at
what-
all.
I mean, it's not fun, but that's not what monsters do. So that's
Has that
how
happened before, Lester?
Boys.
it's definitely happened. Not to me, but it's
Oh, thank-
definitely. I've read
Thank our Heavenly Father.
dozens of accounts on the message. Paddington, in fact, has his message board is just filled with accounts of extraterrestrial probing. It is
Open them? What?
incredible. Yeah, they've been learning about us humans for a long
So
time.
they're not monsters. What are they?
They're aliens.
I
They
I
just
think Mr.
live
Todd
out
would
there in
agree.
space.
It's when dealing with these sorts of rumors, it's best not to. Let's keep our minds open. Who knows what we might encounter out there? Maybe it's
Well, yeah.
aliens. Maybe it's
Indeed.
something worse.
There's 100 different other reasons for crop circles.
For people who have seen actual monsters, y'all sound really close-minded right now.
Well, I mean, yes, there's definitely strangeness in this world, but it's in
What about
this
outside of the world,
not
too?
from out in space.
How is that
Speaking
the line?
of, when
Why is
when
that
we
the
see
line
Paddington,
of ridiculousness?
don't mention any of this to Paddington. He'll stop.
What do you
working
mean? Don't
with us.
mention any of this to him? I thought
He
you were-
doesn't
I
believe
still
any
don't know
of
who you're
this
talking
monster
about.
stuff.
Every time I hear the word Paddington, I think of the bear.
Not the bear, right? It's not the bear. That's what I thought.
Not the
too.
bear. Okay, well,
I mean,
he's
online. He's probably no more like on his videos. He's usually like Professor Reynolds or something
Patty.
like that. Yeah,
I call
but-
him Patty. We're real close.
See how close they are? He has a nickname.
Does he also look like somebody from Babylon 5? Like the ancient aliens guy?
Yes.
Not quite.
Yes,
The hair-
super
he
close.
means the hair. Yeah. Yeah.
Giorgio.
Yeah.
That guy's hilarious. I love
Well, thank you for all of that information, Lester. So, what?
We're gonna go
should
check
be
this
our,
out, right?
What should be our first step?
What about you, Jane? Jinx, what happened to you this morning?
Yeah, that's right. You said you had a pretty interesting morning.
Well, I had a interesting house call from our friend Mr. Morin, Officer Morin.
At that point,
Dave.
do you have? And I'm not sure how this would work. Either Lester, if you would have one portable on you, or Jaeger, if you have one available or audible in the shop, but you would hear it on the police scanner. I'm using a move. Announce off-screen badness.
Oh.
So, the police scanner is going to come on, and you're gonna hear from that. Do-do-do.
Woo. We got reports of a man running downtown without pants.
Yes, we got a situation here. It seems Bill and Sally Daniels and Ed and Gene Cross, their kids gone missing last night. Said it was up by the Goldie Valley Ranch area. Y'all keep an eye out for them up there. It hadn't been long enough to officially report them as missing or nothing, but I'd like to get a couple squad cars moving around up there, see if we can't find those kids.
You hear like
Lester.
some back and forth. A few of the officers like replying, and you hear the voice of David Morin, which is why I said like when you mentioned his name, you heard him like come up over the thing, and you hear him say,
All right, I'm on my way.
Oh no.
Don't worry, Dave. Those kids were either probed or mutilated.
Wait, that's not. That should be a worry, Lester.
Yes.
I see your
just wanna
point. I see your
clarify.
point. Yeah. Okay.
That's a good point.
Sounds
Okay.
like a
Worry.
couple of you
Okay.
guys
Worry about that. Yeah.
Need to go do some fact finding.
Yeah, it sounds like they got abducted.
I feel like.
About to find out for fact that they got abducted.
Yeah. We need to find some facts.
Yeah, I wonder. Can you guys imagine? That's a whole other intelligent species that we can expose the love of God to.
Again, let's take this. I suggest we take all of our investigative activities one step at a time. If we start assuming what we might encounter,
Well, how am I gonna?
I think that's gonna be dangerous.
How am I gonna open their hearts to our Heavenly Father?
And I know you will if they turn out to be extraterrestrial. But again, it literally at this point could be anything.
Well, I don't see how it
or
could
nothing.
be anything when we have all this evidence pointing to the fact that it could be aliens.
We have to meet
could
the
also be
aliens
that-
before you tell them fairy tales.
Yeah, it could be that the kids just got into their father's liquor cabinet last night.
Yeah,
And
unless I
made
miss.
crop circles and disappeared themselves.
Yes.
I know
okay.
crop circles have been attributed to UFOs by lay people, but again, I don't know that we want to jump to any.
Do they have other
those types of
connotations?
conclusions.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Crop circles do.
Behind the veil exists magic. And
Oh, well,
magic could explain circles.
Again, how are UFOs the line?
Space.
Okay, that explains it.
Guys, it's the final frontier.
Either way, there's
No,
kids
that's
missing.
not till later.
Go investigate.
All right,
I'll
I
stay
guess-
here. Call me if you need any advice.
To the squad mobile.
Because literally, that's like a
I don't like that
move
name.
I have. I give advice.
Ah,
I
you
get
should
XP. You get bonuses.
Ooh, bonus.
Give me advice, please, Jaeger. I'm so lost.
Yeah, I don't know. I could use some guidance. I've never dealt with aliens before.
And with missing kids, maybe pick up Michael. He's got a good nose.
Well, that's a good idea.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
All right.
Like quite
So,
literally.
let me text him real quick and just let him know that I'll be swinging by. Who's riding with me?
Go together if you'd like.
Let's do it.
Let's go. We got all the tools we need in the van. Let's go.
Michael,
What'd you
Pack
call
up
it?
your lunch. We are on the way. We're workshopping that name of the vehicle. Maybe like the Lord Mobile. I don't know.
Oof.
The Holy Roller, something like that.
All right, so what do you load into your van as you're getting in and going out there?
Oh, do we need any UFO tools? They're like
So
radiation.
I'm sure
you
Lester
got-
had to go back.
You got
ready for
metal
aliens.
underwear? You got
Well, I
metal
would think
underwear?
that over the months that he's been living there, I probably would have like
I feel like the
done
van
stuff
has
to the
something.
van.
Yeah.
I think I would have like put stuff on the walls of the van. There'd be like shit hanging. I would think that like the police radio would be mounted in there. There's probably like a little, shelf or table thing back there. It's like a legit.
Just make
like,
note of
squad
that,
mobile
so you
now.
have that. That's like basically how the game is played. So yeah, I would agree that you could do that. Just go ahead and so you can be the guy in the van now situation on radio and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's totally fine. I meant more like
Down
you
by
said
the river.
you said you have like the tools and stuff in there. So I was just wondering what that meant. Like, are you putting weapons in there? Or are you putting? I don't know. Does that mean you're bringing in a vat of holy water? What are you doing? Right.
I will grab my giant heavy duffel out of my car trunk and put it into the van, which has my armor and mace and.
Okay. That's the context I need, because like later on, if you're like suddenly like, oh, I want my armor, I'm like, well, where's your armor at? That's just
Yeah, I've kept it. I'm gonna my goal this time around is to have my armor on when the actual fight goes down.
Yeah, because you haven't done that yet, I don't think.
I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
Should
I
we
do have
swing
my
by the
hunting
sex
rifle
shop
and
and
nunchucks.
pick up some butt plugs or anything?
Do we need that?
So that so we don't get
Word-
hurt.
Oh, to
Word of the street.
preventative measures.
That's a pretty good idea.
That's not a bad
defense
idea.
Is the best offense, or what? Or is it the other way? What is it?
I mean, they
I'm
could
not a
just
sports
pull it
guy.
out beforehand, right? Worst case scenario, they don't pull it out.
But they're not gonna expect it.
That's true. Throw them off their game a little bit. I've heard that people are paralyzed though while that's going on, so I don't know.
I've read that aliens can't even get through doors.
When that
So-
probe coming, you're gonna think to yourself, "I'm glad I got this.
Mel Gibson wrote
I
a
got
book about
this
it.
protection in."
I don't know how
think they're
protective
allergic
it
to
is if they
water
can just pop it out, but
Again, in that moment when you're paralyzed, that probe's coming in. You're gonna be like, "Good thing I was ready."
All right.
it's gonna make things
So,
a lot worse if they don't take it
Moving
out.
on from there, you pile into the van together. We can see the interior of the van in a bit more
crank
detail
up the
now
Tabernacle Choir.
as the camera rotates in the middle of it, showing the police radio, etc. that's been installed. You crank up the Tabernacle Choir, and everybody's like, there's probably like a sigh from everybody, but except for you, with a giant smile on your face, and then we just see the van disappear and driving away from the camera off into the distance down the road towards back towards the construction site, I guess. Michael, you can hear the Tabernacle Choir approaching several blocks away due to your hearing, and the familiarity that you now have with this audio scape provided to you all so often by Gideon, and hearing them before you even see them, the white van emerges and basically parks out in front of this construction site where you're building a house.
Slide open the side door and yell at him to jump in.
Have like a side slumped shoulder expression as I turn around and like head over that way.
Shh, please let him make his excuses. He needs his job.
All right, I turn down the choir.
Okay. So
What?
You
I'm
saw- you saw-
approaching them first, the van.
okay. I will say your foreman is probably there and looks over at you. What you doing, Ward?
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's kind of.
I mean, he's not a dick, so he just kind of shrugs and goes back to sawing something or whatever. But you approach
Hey,
the
Mr.
van.
Ward. How's your morning?
Lean against the van. Is this emergency or?
Yeah, we think we might have found aliens.
Sorry, Michael. The boys are a little
finally
worked
here.
up. There is a matter of some missing kids, and the notion was raised that maybe your abilities would come in handy in that regard. So, is there any way you could sneak out?
The background we can kind of see his foreman looking over
Kinda-
his shoulder at you every
yeah.
now and then.
Looks back over towards the foreman. Looks back. Probably not at the moment. I think you guys should be able to find a couple of tracks of some sort.
Good idea.
You're right. You're
Have
right.
you been there first?
No, we thought we'd pick you up along the way.
You
When's your
get back
lunch
to
break?
work, and we will. You get back to work, and we'll be happy to. We'll let you know how it goes.
All right. And then maybe something a little more urgent next time. You hear a bit of a as I turn from your van. There's a few extra scratches on the side.
Oh. What was that? No. What was that? Did I hit something?
Michael's walking away from the van.
Well, I guess he doesn't want to hang out with us. That's okay though.
He's
Yes.
been working. He had to work hard to get a job, so we'll have to make do.
That's true. We don't want him to lose his job over this.
Let's see what we're working with first.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Guess
I mean, what's 4 fewer kids, right?
what fewer kids?
Nothing. Let's head on. Let's get there. Was it Goldie Valley Ranch?
That's the area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not specifically that farm, but it's one of the crop circles were spotted in a farm north of there, but one of the farms in that area. That's all abstracted. Not every field in there is like an actual farm. It's just supposed to represent there's a bunch of farms there.
Is that near Hidden Valley Ranch?
I didn't name it. Somebody else did. So that was one of you guys that named it.
It's actually named. I can get into it. It's named after something, but yeah, I'll start.
Hey, Lunatic, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's happening? I'll start the van back up, and I will start headed off towards the farmlands.
Okay. So you guys,
Do we need to stop for anything? Anybody need any like? Actually, I do need to stop for some gas. Does anyone have anything they want to pitch in? No. Okay, that's all right.
Oh yes, of course.
I'll pull off and get some gas at
I've got this severed finger.
and some gold dust.
The gold dust.
pull out a little jar that actually has a blackened severed finger with this like extended fingernail on it with a shallow pile of like golden flakes in the bottom of this small like vial like jar.
Oh, Miss Meyer, why do you have that?
There's a moment when you're looking at it and you see the finger just go.
Miss Meyer, why do you have that?
That finger moved.
That will be a question at some point from the circle, but
It definitely just moved, Lester. I saw
maybe
it.
Right,
maybe
but
maybe it ties in with all the
aliens-
rest of this.
Too far. Gotcha.
That's the last thing we hear as the van drives back off towards the farm. It's about probably about 35-minute drive out to get to where that area is.
I hopped out and bought him a tank of gas.
A whole tank? I don't
Whole
expect
tank.
that. Thank you, Miss Meyer.
Ooh.
So yeah, along there's several gas
My
stations along the
pleasure.
way that you could have stopped at. You probably stopped at like Finn's Fill Up or something because that is on the way.
I
You
got
gotta go.
slushies. I did get a slushie, actually. You
Okay,
see,
so
a big
so
I got a
so, yeah.
Snickers bar.
Finn's Fill Up is one of the only places that has the slushies. It's open 24 hours, etc. So yeah, you're probably very familiar with it because it's like one of the places you go for candy a lot. It's also one of the closest gas stations to kind of where Lester, like his side of town.
They
So
see me
you,
a lot.
yeah, so you probably swing by there on your way north to the farmland. That probably would take
All
a
right,
little
Kirsten,
extra
I'll
time.
see you later.
And you just have like a wave from like, just probably several of the staff now that have come to know you. You can see the strange sign on the outside, this slug holding a slushie in his hand, just like chugging it. Yeah, you get a little bit of brain freeze.
That hurts real good.
It's real sweet, just like you like it.
Delicious.
It's like a
I
kiss
don't know
from
what
God,
flavor.
huh?
I don't know what flavor you've got, but
It's a mix. It's a little bit of the Coke flavor with a little bit.
Can't have Coke.
It's a little bit of the who? Oh,
Mormons.
no, I can't have I can't have caffeine.
Right, which Coke is caffeinated.
The Coke flavor Slurpee
Yeah.
is caffeinated.
Yeah.
What?
That's
Oh, I just-
actual coke in it.
What?
Yeah, it's Coca-Cola. It's just Coca-Cola.
Well, Gideon would have known that. So he's
Yeah.
got like.
Would he, or is he just like all hyped up? Like this
Maybe
is
I'm
great.
not. Yeah, maybe I don't know that.
You know you're not supposed to drink that, right? Like,
I don't know why people take caffeine for as a stimulant. I'm just naturally high.
Come on,
Lester's
GOT.
like reading the doctrine you've been spewing at him for the last several months.
I'm just
You know that's got
laughing.
Coca-Cola in it, right?
Well, it's just the flavor.
That's funny. But yeah, Gideon.
I got a big ass Slurpee. Lots of flavors, all the mixes.
It's like a kamikaze or whatever.
Top, yeah, suicide. Or yeah,
Suicide.
top with the
Yeah.
yeah, top with the cherry dollop. Like the flavor cherry.
Oh, that's cool.
There it
Yeah,
goes.
pulling out the stickers.
Hell yeah.
All right, so yeah. So the I should get mine and put it on camera too. Society made those are cool. You should check out his Etsy.
Yeah.
He makes stickers.
Society slaps.
And also you should check out Lunatic's on Drive Through RPG, his stuff. He makes awesome maps.
Yeah, check that out.
Maps that slap. All right, anyway. That's not his thing. That's not what it's called, but they do. Yeah, these stickers are cool. All right, anyway. So as you drive north here, you notice like it's a bit chilly outside. As you get kind of further and further away from the dense cover of all these ancient oak trees that surround Hushwood, there's a bit more of a wind chill in the air, and it is somewhat noticeable, but it's just thinned out. They're not like not present. There's still some planted even out here far to the farmland to the north of Hushwood, and thinning out more and more and more and more. You eventually start seeing farm fields, and eventually some of those fields are filled with what are not now blooming or whatever, but are olive trees that are essentially waiting for next season. There's a lot of those in this area that is getting closer and closer to the crop circle area. And then the thing that really stands out to all of you is this huge field of corn. It's just corn. When you get close enough to it, you can see that it's not just corn, it's corn planted essentially like side by side with like barley, and even a few grains you don't recognize, but it's grown extremely tall, and it looks like it would be approaching a point in its growth cycle that it might even be harvestable within a few weeks or something like that. It's very big too. When I say like it doesn't look like alien or like unnatural necessarily. You're not going to look at it and be like, wow, now something's wrong here. But it does look like way bigger than any cornfield you've ever seen. The height of it is like 9.5, 10 feet tall in some places. And it's pretty even. And you kind of approach it from a bit of a hill area to where you can see there is a circle in the middle of the field. It's not a very big one, but you can see that. When you come down over the hill, you lose sight of it because of the height of the field again, and then buck up over another hill, the circle's gone. Then back down, and you're there. What do? You're adjacent to this huge cornfield. There's farmhouses all around, but none like right at where you are currently at. It's almost just like a good 7,500 feet off of the road to just like dirt, an embankment, a drainage thing, some grass, a fence, and then the field behind that fence.
I'll pull off to like adjacent to the circle or closer to.
So it's a giant field. You don't have vision on it where the circle would be. It was in the middle of this huge field.
Right.
So you would have driven like 30 seconds or whatever past part of the field to get adjacent, but you're just adjacent to it, right? It's this huge field and you're driving down this way towards it, or alongside
I
it.
also want to look for like a roadway or like a barn or owner of the field.
So on either side of the field there are small, you can think of them as like service roads that go to some of the other farms here. A lot of them are not labeled, some of them are. So some of these are definitely like private roads that belong to the farmers and ranchers in the area, and some of them are actually like labeled roads for crossing. Those are the ones that you can see on the map up there, but there's lots of kind of small private roads and stuff being used here. You can see as you kind of in the area you would even see like some trucks and stuff, like say like farm use on the back, driving kind of in the distance, unloading logs and things like that, and big bags of things, but it's not in this field. That's in some of the olive fields around it.
All right, I'll look for a service road that looks like it would take us to the vicinity of the circle.
There's no roads that go into the field at all. It's just pure crops There's no roads in the field at all. There's no path into it on a road or anything like that. It's just a giant field of corn and barley, as far as you can tell.
Well, then I can.
But you can go
Is there,
around
like-
it, but there's no roads in it.
Sure. Is there like the owner? Do I see like? Is there
So
a
you're
place
gonna-
to fucking park? Like, is there?
So right now you're just driving alongside of a field. If you want to pull onto one of these private roads and try to make your way to the farmhouse that most likely this field belongs to, you can try to do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess there's a pull off up here. I don't know if y'all ever been around like farmlands or anything, but we kind of got a phrase that I heard tossed around. Knee high by the 4th of July. That's kind of what they say about corn, and it's January right now, and that corn's looking mighty high.
It's funny though you said that.
No, I love that. No good can possibly come out of a tall ass cornfield. I say we skip this mission.
Well, if there's gonna be a place for a crop circle to appear, it would be the biggest cornfield here, right?
Okay, Lester.
Lester, are UFOs known for causing rampant corn growth?
Negative.
You can hear the gravel crunching underneath the van as you turn off on this road, completely unlabeled. But before you, about you have to drive kind of like for a minute because it's like slow. You have to drive like pretty slow here in the gravel. It's not like a straight path. Kind of snakes around some of the other olive fields, but you do see that you are approaching a farmhouse. It looks pretty normal from the outside. It looks fairly big. Like it's a successful farmer or whatever that's had additions to the house over the years. The house looks like it's been here a long time, but it's not dilapidated in any measure. It's very well taken care of and painted. But the thing that belies its age is the style of architecture is pretty old. There's a huge wraparound porch that goes around the entirety of the house. We can see there's even several horse hitches outside that look like they've been there for a very, very long time. No horses are hitched to them, but they are in position. There's an old-timey iron pump. You know what I'm talking about? That kind that sits just outside of a small path that's immaculately maintained that heads to a driveway. Parked in this driveway is a tractor, like a green John Deere tractor, and two black pickup trucks, each of them pretty large and a little bit dented up from work and wear. The tailgates are down on both of them, and they're just kind of like a layer of dirt and stuff. And sitting on that are several logs kind of underneath it. Most of that dirt looks like it's fallen off of these logs. And a gentleman kind of comes out to greet you, kind of seeing the van on approach. Oh, 1 second, I went to the wrong thing. Sorry.
Oh shoot! What's our story? What are we here for?
So an elderly, god damn, I can't speak. An elderly gentleman walks out. He's wearing pretty much like what you would expect a farmer to wear in January. It's essentially like overalls that are dirty, but like it's kind of like old dirt, if that makes sense. It's not like wet with dirt, if that makes sense. It's just like dusty. And he's got underneath that flannels, and it looks like he was wearing like a barn jacket or something along those, but has taken it off and kind of has it set to the side over the leaning against over the side of his truck. And he's without, you can see there's like kind of a sweat on the armpits of his base flannel shirt that's underneath the overalls, and he wipes his brow and kind of sits down this log that he looked like he was moving over to an area to split. And as you look kind of to the side past the house, there is an area with a large stump there, and a number of like split logs along that, and a pile of other logs as well as a really tall, much younger guy who is holding a big axe, and it looks like he isn't sweating at all. And you can just hear this really, really loud as the axe comes down and splits this huge log in two, and then he takes another one, kind of balances it on there, and does it again and splits it. But the older gentleman kind of sitting down the log that looks like he was bringing over to either his farmhand or what might be his son or whatever. He puts his hand up first and just says, No, we don't want any here. No. So you're just gonna have to turn back around.
All right, so I'm gonna okay. So I'm gonna step out of the back of the van. Yeah, I'm gonna step out of the back of the van. So as we were driving up, when I saw that the corn was super tall, I've been working in the back of the van. So I took a tripod and put one of my cameras on it, right? Because I got cameras and all kinds of stuff back here. So I put it on a tripod, and I put the base of the tripod in my backpack and started duct taping the tripod in the backpack. And I've got an external monitor on wires coming from the camera that I'm holding, and then I put that on my back.
Okay.
So I've got kind of like this periscope camera, so I can see above the
camera, like here or something, sticking out of your backpack.
So I can see above the corn. So it's not here; it's up here, right?
Okay. So it is like 10 feet tall, the corn.
Yes.
So you'll need to like, and then pull it out and like kind of hold it up like with your arm to do that, like this. But yeah, that'll.
Well, it's a tall tripod, you know, and I'm also, you know, 6 foot even, I think.
Sure.
So yeah, and so I'm gonna step out, and with my big camera on my backpack, and I'm gonna be like, "Sorry, no, we're not here about that shit." I understand.
You see, he's like
how that
his
seems
brow
weird. We're not here for this. We hear a tale of some crop circles, and we just kind of want to go.
And you seriously, oh, for fuck's sake! Look, I know what they're saying, but there's nothing to worry about. There's no crop circles. Those kids weren't here. No, we've already had, and about that time you can see stepping out from the field itself, Deputy David Morin. All right, sir. I suppose.
Dave.
Oh, Lester.
Oh, Mr. Morin.
Miss Meyer.
Hey again.
It's fancy seeing you here.
Fancy
Well, sir, I did not, as you said, I did not see any circles in the middle of the field, nor did I find any sign of them. But well, if you hear anything, just let me know, all right? And then I'm parked on the other side of the field over there, so I'm gonna head on over that way here in just a minute. But I would like to know what you're doing there. That's a fancy camera you got, Lester.
Yeah, you know me. I like to film high up. You know,
he scrunches his
see
brow
stuff.
at that.
I like to see stuff. Like,
all right, well, do you need me to do anything here? And he, like, not talking to you, specifically talking to, he like turns his attention to you. Do you need me to do anything here, Mr. Nikos? And then he just shakes his head. Now I think we're fine, sir. And he turns and starts walking away. All right, Lester, just try and stay out of trouble. Miss Meyer, and tips his hat at you and kind of waves at the rest of you.
Well, you know me.
I sure do. And he just keeps wondering. There's kind of a gruff undertone of, oh fuck, something is definitely happening, and I don't know what's going on in the tone of his voice. And you can hear a minute later, whoop, whoop, like from his squad car as it drives away, but you can't see it because of the field blocking.
Three Stooges showed up.
Did y'all hear him say that he didn't see a circle in the field?
Yeah, it must have been out here looking, maybe checking.
So keep in mind, when you were driving by it, You went up on a
Yeah.
hill. You saw the circle.
we
you went
definitely
down.
saw
You
the
came
circle.
up again, and the circle was gone.
Right, we saw it once. Is it like one of them, like the hologram sheets where you can only see it from the right angle?
It's worth a test.
What kind of test you want to pull?
Let's drive back up on the hill.
Excuse me, as I said, there's no circle. I'm gonna have to ask y'all to leave. We got enough folks coming on our property recently.
Oh, there's a circle, and I'll elbow Miss Meyer.
Sir, we don't mean you any harm, and we certainly hate to interrupt a hardworking man like yourself, but
Hear the
we
as
heard
another
tale
log
of
is
this.
split.
Our church, we heard tale of those missing kids. We just wanted to offer our help. We assumed there'd be some kind of community search team.
Here, please take some of these flyers.
I told you we don't want none. Get out! Get off my land! Get off!
Oh,
Get out of here
all
now!
right. Here, can I leave some with you at least?
No. And
I
he's
put some
very
on the ground.
he's very angry. He picks them up and rips them right in front of you.
Are you trying to?
All right, we should go.
And you see the large guy with the axe who's splitting logs. He stops splitting logs and starts walking over behind you.
Oh, is that your boyfriend there? Who's that?
That's my son. He seems like to stumble over the words when he says that. Like he looks back. That's my son. Yeah.
Oh,
All right. Well, you have a wonderful morning. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir. Mr. Oh, I forgot his name. I heard Dave say it.
Nikos.
Nikos. Have a good day, Mr.
Nikos.
Nikos and son. And I guess I'll get back in my van and start her up.
You start to drive away. You can see they both like step out in the path behind the van as you're leaving, and even kind of walk
Of course
down the
they
path a little bit.
Those people weren't friendly at all.
y'all ever seen that show X-Files? Those farmers
say I have.
give me the willies.
They gave me the willies too, Miss Meyer.
All right, you pull down to the edge of the road, and which direction do you go? Left or right? Or just north or south?
I want to go back the direction we came
So
and try
south.
and get a glimpse of the circle in the field.
Okay, so you guys are pile back in the van, drive to the edge, take a right to head south, and begin driving along. First olive field and then the cornfield.
Camera ready there, Lester.
You're driving by it slowly on the road. There's a car
So-
that kind of like when the lane changes to passing, just goes around you. 'Cause they were like obviously annoyed by how slow you were going, but they didn't like honk or anything because it's Hushwood. And you can see they
So one
kind
of
of
the
like look at
things-
you like, what the fuck? this van, this weird church van piled full of weird people as they pass by, but you know, they pass.
Hold up the
So one of the
severed
things
finger in
I-
the jar.
Would have done to the van is put cameras on the outside of it.
Okay.
So when I got back in the van, I was gonna start like rewind, like scrubbing through the footage and see if the crop circle was recorded on the footage when we saw it.
Okay,
Where we
we're,
saw it.
we're heading dangerously close to stuff you got to tell me ahead of time. Like you have cameras on the outside of the van, but I will
Okay,
allow
yeah.
I will allow that with a successful sharp roll.
Okay. Yeah, it was one of those things where after we decided we were living together for a while, I was like, yeah, I definitely would have.
Sure. I mean, I'm not denying
Done
that
some stuff to this
is
van.
is likely. That's why I was asking those questions earlier, like stuff you would have done, and we can kind of, you know, you don't have to pre-write everything. It's just like note it when you do it, but it's gotta be not too Deus Ex Machina. You know what I mean? But yeah, okay, on a 10, that's fine. Success. I will say you have cameras positioned probably like on each of the four corners of the van.
Exactly. That's exactly. what I was
Like
thinking.
4 cameras total or whatever. They're pretty shitty, like older, like 2002, like essentially the early webcams that were just like the sensors that were all pressed in like I forget what it was, but there was like basically a bunch of these Chinese webcams that were made in the early 2000s that were available for like $10 basically. and you could just do crazy stuff with them. They weren't good cameras, but they were good enough to like use for security cameras, and a lot of people did, and like especially hacker folks would take them apart and put them in things and stuff. So I would say that's probably the kind of quality you're working with. It's like a really shitty camera on each of these corners, but it's enough to have visual of stuff. You don't have like zoom or anything like that. If you do zoom, it's just like a digital zoom, right? Like you taking in a picture and zooming in on it.
Right. Enhance.
Which you don't have that. But I will say, yeah, you with a 10 there, you probably scrub back through the footage, and it takes you a minute to do it, but you do have clean footage of the field when you were on the top of both hills. And the circle is in one and not in the other.
Look, Jinx, it was here. We weren't
I
hallucinating.
saw it. I believe you. I will look closely at the picture, and don't take any meaning from it, obviously.
Yeah, it's a grainy photo of a crop circle from an odd angle, but it is like a distinct shape in the middle of the field that is there in one and not in the other. The perspective on the two is slightly different because you're about 150 feet apart or whatever. The two pictures were taken because it's on the top of two different hills. But yeah, it's just there or not.
Yeah, guys, I think that the kids are good on the probing. I don't think this is aliens. I've never heard of aliens doing this. Like with alien crop circles, they're just there. They're not sometimes there like this.
What is this doing?
It seems weird.
So as we go along the path, do we get to that same point when we saw it?
If you want to, yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
You're on that road. Okay, you get to the first one heading south. You don't see a crop circle and thing. Do you stop and like look or anything?
I would slow roll. I would think.
Yeah, we'll take.
Slow down.
Some pretty good looks.
Okay. Yeah, looking out the window at that point when you're up on the hill, and you kind of have that vantage point to look down on the field for a little bit. You don't see any circle.
So from either place.
From either one. Not on camera.
Oh, I understand why you said what you said earlier about getting dangerously close. Yeah. That's, yeah, wow. Interesting. It was there.
Something going on, and like I said, I had a bad feeling about those farmers. They seemed...
We don't see it going the other direction.
I mean, you saw it when you were driving up. You saw it on top of one hill. On the next hill, you did not see it at all. When you're coming back the same way on the first hill, which would have been the second hill, right? You didn't see it. And on the second hill, which would have been the first hill, you also didn't see it. And you basically stop on top of each one and take a good look with your eyes. And I would even say what Lester probably holds his camera on a stick up or whatever.
I'm gonna try, since we're still in the van, I'm just gonna try and come the direction that we did the first time.
Do you want to do a U-turn and go back north?
Yeah, and see if I see it
Good
on
thought,
the same
Gideon.
hill.
All right. There's like a car that comes back down the road. Looks like it's loaded up with like camping gear on top, that kind of a thing. Probably campers come in from, that's quite a common area, campers, and they kind of like on approach sort of slow down as you're like doing this U-turn and give you a look, and one of them is like very excitedly, obviously on vacation, as you go by, and you can kind of see them like laughing as they head down. You can hear music playing like loudly from their vehicle as they're driving down. You probably don't recognize what it is because they have the windows up, but you can tell that there's like loud like punk rock music playing.
Oh, it is the devil's music.
And then they just drive by. They don't seem to like, they're not like harassing you or anything. They're just like woo as they go by.
I wave heartily.
And they I would say they probably even wave back at that, and like you can kind of see them like laughing and driving by. They speed up quite a bit after you like clear the road, and you're driving back now towards the north. You cross over the first hill, no crop circle. You cross over the second one, there's no crop circle. At this point, I would say it's probably like 11 a.m.
Perhaps you should give Jaeger a quick call and See, have him
Jaeger's
start
there,
looking
isn't
into
he?
this matter.
Or Jaeger's with us.
No, I stayed behind.
Oh no, that's right.
Oh,
Yes.
you stay behind. That's
Told
right.
you to
I
call
forgot.
if you needed
Yeah.
advice if you came across a problem.
Let's get some advice
All right,
from
yeah.
Jaeger.
Mighty strange. Do you think it's only visible during a certain time of day, like where the sun is hitting it? It was a hole in the
couldn't-
field, right?
I couldn't guess.
Like there was no
Yes,
crops
there
in
was-
this area, or they were laid down.
About that. So it was a circle.
So
So I know some crop
because
circles
you
have more
footage-
elaborate patterns.
So as I described it, there's more to it than just a circle. There's like little
Okay,
paths that
okay.
come off of it and stuff. You don't have a great picture of it, but I would say like
Right.
looking off it, you could tell that there's a bigger circle in the middle of the field, and then off of that there's like different patterns. It's like it's not a you weren't straight. It's not a drone footage of it, right? So you can't look at it and be like, oh, I can tell exactly what that shape
Yeah.
is.
Can we try and give it a rough sketch? Like, can I try and sketch it out from an above view? Can I try and straighten it out best I can?
I mean, I would say the perspective that you had on it didn't allow you for a perfect vision of what it would look like orthographically speaking. So probably not accurately, kind of like that's a problem in like map making, right? That's common. But you could guess at the general shape.
Yeah, I
And,
would like
like,
to try and
Do a napkin
Guess.
drawing of it pretty easily.
Yeah.
I would say like you probably don't even need to do a roll for that since you have a picture there. It just takes you some time for that kind of a thing. So if you spend like an hour going over it, you might be able to. You'd be like, I think it's like this kind of a shape or something like that. An hour going back and forth looking at it, seeing if you see it, and being like, no, but we have this shape here, and kind of like crayon drawing on the, on the monitor or whatever with like a piece of paper over it and trying to adjust that for perspective. About an hour later, so like say noon, you can see. I mean, it looks like a circle with several paths that come off of it in different areas. There's no like, it's not like it's a perfect star shape or anything like that. It's like there are definitely paths that connect to a circle in the middle. Quite a few of them. If you kind of like zoom out from it and look at it as best you can, the best description you could give it would be something like a maze. Because it's
Children of
corn.
the corn. Children of the corn.
Get it? Maze?
Oh, that's the word for corn. So,
All the
Is
dads
this
out
a
there just
haunted-
shit themselves. with
is this
laughter.
a haunted corn maze? What's happening here?
Leftover from Halloween?
Call Jaeger. I'll call Jaeger.
Call him.
Okay. So what are you doing with the van? I want to know where the van is at this.
I'm just parked on the side of the road on that first
So you just
hill.
you're just pulled off to the side. Okay.
Yeah,
Like
on the first hill.
as I described, when you're driving by on that side of the road, there is basically like loose dirt and stuff on the side of the road on the curb, then a big drainage like ditch area, and then some grass and field, then the fence, then the field. So there's space to pull over, like if you had a flat tire or something like that.
A shoulder.
Yeah, it's not a huge one, but yeah, you could be pulled over there.
For some, if he's doing that, I would be just kind of walking up and down the road, kind of with my thoughts, but also just looking for anything out of the ordinary in terms of tracks
Okay.
or debris or anything. But yeah, at some point I would call Totten.
So if you're okay, well,
And I would say, no, Jink, stop it. Put your phone away, and I'd hand her
are you investigating
one
a
of the burner
mystery?
phones.
You think, or are you? Yeah, I would say you're investigating a mystery. If you're looking back and forth at the field and stuff like that, walking up and down the road, etc. But it's going to be I don't think it's going to be the flexible alternative, but I do think you'll be very limited in what information you can actually get from what you did because it's based off the context that you get from doing the thing. So I would say roll a investigate a mystery. Maybe we will allow the flexible alternative one. Yeah, let's just do that because that's probably the simplest for how weird, the thing the situation you're in right now?
Just as a flavor thing, I would actually pull out I would spend some time. I'd pull out like this. What do they call that? A water thing.
Guiding rod, divining rod,
like a little, like
Dowsing?
not a big,
Dowsing
not a few full size one, but just like this little kind of model of thing. Or I would do that over the course of an hour. I might pull out this silver necklace and kind of just wave it around, and that reflects. I've got one of my abilities is called that old black magic, which is when you use magic, you can ask a question from the investigate a mystery move as your effect.
Okay.
That makes sense. And the skill's actually the same, but I'm just gonna sort of use a little bit of sort of divination.
Lester, can Gideon's gonna ask you to look. Can you look up some like anything about this field, maybe like town history?
It's 2003. Is there mobile data at that time? Is that a thing?
Not in the form of like a smartphone, but
Yeah.
there were phones that you could browse websites.
Yeah,
on.
'cause
it was pretty poor, but
With the PCIM CIA slots, you could
Yeah.
get those modem. That's right, you could.
I figure we had like some sort of connection in the van, maybe. If not, we could wait, and because we'll have to go to like the library.
So yeah, I mean, if that's, I would definitely have it if it's available. I mean, I just didn't want to.
I would say that like you could probably get some information online. Realistically, if you want to get any details on the history of the field, those kind of records at this point, they're not kept online. It's they haven't been digitized. It's going to be paper in the city hall.
Okay.
Well, that's worth doing. That's
I
worth
turned
checking
on
into.
the country sounds because you got it outside of the car, the van.
So 2 kids went missing out here.
Getting real True Detective real quick.
All right, so you investigated a mystery. Go ahead and you failed. So go ahead and add an XP.
I did.
I will say you don't get any answers at all. Obviously, there's just more. It just kind of what you find brings up more questions than answers as you approach the field. You kind of hop over that drainage ditch. You do see the grass as it gets kind of closer and closer to the cornfield is a bit greener, and then it stops right as it hits the fence because it's just corn in there, right? It's been tilled. There's no grass in the cornfield or anything like that, but it gets slightly greener and greener. And as you approach the cornfield, you feel something, like physically, not like emotionally. It literally feels warmer. And by the time you get to the cornfield, best way you could put it, it's like summer.
Jinx felt
All
that.
right, I step back out and immediately call Hunter. Jaeger, sorry.
That is what that means.
Yeah.
Okay. So you step back into the van. You feel that warmth kind of leave as you step away from it. And you call up Jaeger. Jaeger, your phone rings.
And I would, hopefully these guys are in earshot as well. Mr. Totten?
Yes, hello.
Haven't made too much progress. We ran into some most distrustful farmers, but I guess that's not too much of a surprise. We did, here's why I'm calling. We did see a series of so-called crop circles We certainly all saw it, and we have even a photograph, which I'm sure Lester's placing on the internet if he hasn't already. But
Upload it to MySpace.
You hear a modem.
just a few moments later, we the circle was gone. We're now unable to see it or perceive it in any way, even from the same spot where we saw it before. And this is a corn and barley field. The corn is incredibly high, 9 feet high, which I understand is just quite unusual for corn, especially this time of year.
It's a little bit.
Extremely.
And upon approaching the outskirts of their farm, the grass got greener. I felt a warmth. It felt like summer there. That's it, I guess. I just wanted to report that to you and see if that rings any bell or if something you might be able to look into.
That rings a few bells, yes. First off, it sounds quite magical.
I'd agree with that.
Mainly because
It's pretty
corn is
magical here.
harvested around October,
Oh, you mean magic?
so he shouldn't have stalks at all. And if you say it felt like summer, then that would explain this stalk's still growing.
Yeah, with you.
So it sounds like he's using magic to grow some crops. Now, I don't know if that's monstrous or what kind of rituals would be involved, but I can hit the books if you need me to.
How might that? Yeah, that. I'm not sure. It seems like there's might be more to this. Every other aspects of their farm as well were immaculate. Like I said, they're not very friendly, so I don't think we could get close, or if they'd even be able to. They will already not going to be happy even if we just drove past.
So they're defensive.
Absolutely.
Well, that's not uncommon.
Right. But there's
What
a lot
about the
going on.
kids?
There's these missing kids. They immediately mentioned these kids. It only happened last night, and they immediately said, "Oh, the kids aren't here." The Dave from the police was here talking to them. He apparently didn't see any circle.
About
And
this
he
time,
was
you
out-
can see
he was out in
what
the
looks to
field.
be a pretty professionally loaded up, not news, but film crew van driving past you on the road north towards the place you were just at.
Any
Just goes
signage about
Oh, Lester,
the
that might be
network?
Paddington.
Doctor.
I would say you
A bear
there's
on the
there's
side?
no like giant signage on it or anything like that, but because of Lester's familiarity, there probably is like a bumper sticker or whatever that's just like it just says like I want to believe on it, so you might make the connection. But
We have to go. Paddington's here. Yeah, thank you so much. If there's any,
For now,
if
look
you-
into the kids. See if where'd they come from? Where could they have gone? Things like that.
Thank you. That's great advice. If you do have some time, perhaps look for any old references to
I will.
this kind of effect. If perhaps there's what do we call these things? Monsters?
I'm
Sorry,
worried.
that's out of character. Do we call these things monsters, cryptids?
So depending on what you, it's kind of different categories, right? Like obviously, if you're dealing with vampires, there are like 13 different types of vampires. One of them, which is Alp, so you might just call it like an Alp, or you might call it a vampire because it's underneath that category. But you might also call it like kind of the blanket term that's used, which sort of changes depending on the group of hunters. But the general idea is a lot of people refer to the monsters, especially certain the ones that have been around since ancient times. They just call them old ones. But then there are references, like Jaeger would have heard references for sure from where, his family history and stuff like that, that sometimes the old ones, monsters, will even refer to other ones that are way beyond them. They call those the great old ones. And so there's also sort of like a weird dichotomy too, like I mentioned, there's 13 types of vampires, right? One of the most dangerous types of those vampires is an Alp. And they are considered an old one. They've been around for as long as people have known vampire types existed. But then there's also what are just considered pure blood vampires, and those are occasionally referred to as being maybe a great old one or whatever. It's kind of fuzzy, right? Like I said, different groups refer to them in different ways. But it's also sort of that thing like in Walking Dead where like one group of survivors calls them walkers and another calls them something else. So it's sort of up to you guys what you want to refer to that. That's what I'm getting at.
These cucks.
Just in case there's a creature that might have that type of effect, some sort of
Yes, I'll definitely look into this.
heat-loving thing.
I'm worried the farmers might be using some sort of blood magic or sacrificial requirements to grow crops.
Let's hope not, for the sake of those kids.
Indeed. I'll let you get to it. I'll hit the books.
All right. Thank you very much.
You hang up.
So is that your ability? I get XP?
No, you get a. Hold on.
I wouldn't have bothered calling you if I wasn't getting XP.
You get a +1 ongoing while following my advice, and
okay.
I get experience
If he follows your advice.
if you follow my advice.
Right. So you don't get it yet. You get it if he does something, which we'll get to in a minute because we're going to take a real quick break because I have to use the bathroom really bad. So
All right.
we'll be right back.
Bye.
right, we're back. I think it just lagged for a minute. All right, we're back. I don't know. Hopefully that came through. Yeah, so just moments ago, you had just called Jaeger and sought his advice. What are you guys doing? What's up, Starhopper? Good to see you.
Happening.
Guys are
Jaeger needs to hit the books and roll to investigate the mystery.
Okay, so I was gonna say it does, like hitting the book sounds like you're trying to investigate a mystery, but the context of that inside of your hideout with your stuff now, have you got some things for your hideout like a library and stuff? You want to read the details of that, not the description of like what it looks like, but the actual mechanical.
Yeah, it's lore library is what it's called, and
Okay.
it's when you hit the books, take a +1 forward to investigate a mystery,
Okay.
as long as historical or reference works are appropriate.
Okay. I would say depending on, I would say your library makes sense. You probably need to roll pretty well to get anything, but you have enough context, I think, with all of your manuals of like monsters and legends and stuff to
I'm mainly
try to piece some stuff together. What are
looking
you
for some sort of
specifically
clue
looking for?
as to if a monster would
So go ahead and
want
do
or
your roll.
cause the farm growth oddities.
We got a lot of this lemonade from KFC.
I have a lemonade too. Mine's from Taco Bell.
That's funny.
sweet
I got a
lemon.
Popeye.
And it's pink.
All right, so it's a mixed success. What does that mean given your thing? And did you add the +1 to it?
I did, but it doesn't tell me
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see.
any extra
1d6 plus 2,
details.
or 2d6 plus 2 plus 1. If you hover over it, it tells you. If you hover over the number.
Oh, cool.
It's-
I
didn't know
mean,
that.
like what mixed success
rolls
means
were.
in this case.
Gotcha.
Investigate
No,
mystery.
that's
you just get
investigate a
one
mystery.
question,
So
I think.
yeah, so this would be standard investigate a mystery, I think. But I would, because the specific question you are asking, I would allow you to do it the flexible alternative as well if you want. So on a 7 or 9, ask the keeper one general question based on how you are investigating. They will tell you honestly and with reasonable detail what you discover. Okay. So you'll have to figure out how to tell the rest of the people this. But you start hitting the books, it's going to take you probably a few hours to do that. You can't just like go to the library and it instantly pops up. So that's going to be a number of hours.
Research.
I would say roll a d6 and I'll split it into 3 so it either takes a a certain amount of time. Just go ahead and roll a d6. Okay, so it's going to take you
Jesus.
So it's going to take you like 6 hours to do this research. So you'll get your answer at the end of the 6 hours of research you're doing. So just keep that in mind. But I will tell you now, the connections and stuff that you see here are, well, first of all, you don't hear of any monsters necessarily that warm the area like of a whole field and make it like nice, but you have heard of like fire monsters that like warm in a large area and stuff like that. That doesn't seem to line up with what you're going through. So you kind of go through this big list of all these monsters and legends, and you do come across a reference for large crops and unseasonably nice conditions, but it wasn't related to a specific monster so much as it is related to multiple types of pagan rituals. Essentially, there are examples of people essentially getting what you would think of or what would be traditionally thought of as Norse gods, Greek gods, just ancient things that were worshipped, right? There have big examples of like sacrifices to them, manifestations of them, etc. that bless certain areas and things. There are tales of people literally like sacrificing humans to laughing at Star Hopper. I just saw the KFC sponsorship thing, but yeah, literally sacrificing humans to gain favorable conditions for entire townships and villages and stuff. That was mostly a thing that happened before your family's time, but there's records of it and stuff, and there are even occasionally references where, as this was being done, and references you find from like medieval period and before, where sometimes there were also, as part of these sacrifices, sometimes youths were quite common, so like the teenager thing lines up a little bit, and then also there's usually a form of protection associated with it as well, and it's different in the different cultures. So you have references of it that were come up in Hebrew that talk about like golems protecting the area and things like that. You've got all these different legends, but the essentially involving pagan sacrifice of youth to rejuvenate areas or to make the crops come in. These are quite ancient. Like I said, it's kind of before your family's time as monster hunters, but there are protections that are kind of associated with it that's just, you don't know what that is. Like it speaks of different kinds of beasts and stuff, like I said, and like golems and things like that, but it's not an uncommon historically in your references, it's not an uncommon theme. That's all you're gonna get.
Okay.
Mr. Meyer, I don't know what you said with Mr. Toten, but I'm pretty worried about these kids. I think that we can still help them. I have this. If we can only see this, it looks like a maze. We can all agree on that, right?
In a way.
And we can only see it. We only saw it from that one angle at that one time. I'm afraid they're trapped in this thing, and we can still get them out, potentially, is my thinking. But there may be like a time limit on that. I don't know how this works.
Have any of you heard any rumors of other children gone missing?
This was the first I've heard of anything.
I'll think for myself as well. Have we heard of any other children missing up here in the farmland?
I mean, it's Hushwood, so there's been kids missing like multiple times every few years in different ways and stuff.
Kids always go missing around here.
You don't recall in like your lifetime or anything like a pair of teenagers or anything like that, but
Can I look for like, oh man, I have no idea how to even start to do this, but Miss Meyer and Lester, maybe if y'all help, we can find.
Yes, I love you too.
Maybe we can find like where they went in to the field. If we can find where the entrance, where those kids went in, maybe we can at least go in after them.
We could, but I fear that farmers have a certain sixth sense about people messing around in their fields, and they're going to be on the lookout.
Well, this guy right here has got a sixth sense about that farmer being in on it, so
they gave me a bad feeling as well. Perhaps we should move along and try to locate the parents' houses, maybe we could speak to them, or maybe, as I said, maybe we can talk to the police and get in on any kind of search party that might be coming together.
Something's telling me that we don't
could
have that much time.
We could wait until Michael gets off work, and then they'll not be such assholes when we bring Michael.
I agree with Mr. Smoot. I don't know that we can wait. Since we're here already, we might as well start looking.
I wonder though too if there's like information somewhere in City Hall regarding, or maybe even in the library, about maybe like this has happened here before, like in intervals, like every 5 years 2 kids get swallowed up by this big ass corn, big butt corn.
I would think we gotta avoid too much speculation until we would get more information.
I will begin to start where. So I've established that we parked on the first hill where we saw the mirage.
Depends on which direction you're talking about, but the southernmost hill.
Well, yeah. When I mean the first one, I mean the first one we ever crossed, the one that we saw.
Yeah. Yes. The southernmost hill.
And I'm facing the original direction that we were. I'm gonna cross the road.
You're facing towards the farm, with the farm on your left, with the field on your left and stuff. Yes.
I'm gonna cross the road, and I'm gonna just
the left, and my mind's eye was all on the right.
Well, if you're facing north, it's on your left. If you're facing south, it's on your right.
But if we're facing back towards the farm, the original way we were going, it's all on our
your
left.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that for us.
Okay. Well, that changes everything.
Does it?
Yes.
Yeah. Headcanon, it was on the right.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I gotta change everything.
Oh, I had it in the right. I was actually looking where we were driving to on the map, so.
Yeah, that's why. If you look at the map, you can tell where.
Because he said south, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. But okay. Regardless, I'm gonna start looking for a place where these kids may have like ran through the corn. How the heck am I gonna find that?
I looked out there. I didn't see anything.
You looked for that already?
She walked back and forth. You meant not the entirety of the field, but you didn't see
right.
Any.
That's.
I walked the whole thing.
And Dave didn't even see anything in the corn. I don't know how far back he went. This is a nightmare. This is crazy.
Yeah, Dave said there wasn't anything there. Trust Dave.
What time was it when we first saw the circle, or the?
Yeah, Dave said he didn't even see a circle. Right, and he was in the field.
He didn't see anything.
He would have been in the field. He would have been walking through that field while you were driving by it. Dave would have had to have been, because when you pulled up, he came out of the field.
Right.
I'm thinking maybe it's the angle the sun was shining, either by the time of day, or it's something that's only visible through a specific, like in The Hobbit, that popular book, you know, with the keyhole being shined by the moonlight.
I don't know if I've read that one. Maybe they should make a movie.
Oh, it's so great. Yeah, a movie would be so cool.
I don't know.
There's no way they could mess that up. It's such a good book. There's no way they can mess it up. But, you know, you get my drift though, right? Like maybe it's like, if it is magic,
saying, I just don't know that we know that.
Well,
so technically by December of this year, 2003, the final of the Lord of the Rings movies comes out, because they come out in 2001, 2002, and 2003.
Oh shit, that's funny.
At the end of the year, so by this point, you would have just been able to have watched the Two Towers.
One.
The Two Towers.
That's dope.
The second one.
Oh, the second one? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, because that came out December 18th, 2002. So it's been out for less than a month now. Yeah.
So the reference was apt. Right, we're just speculating here.
I'm the greatest sorcerer that's ever lived. If it was magic, I would know.
It's not magic?
Listen,
Wait, are we back to
I
aliens?
Eat a
don't know.
worm. Eat a
We have
worm
no
and let
reason-
the worm tell you.
Listen, we have obviously this is all related, but I don't know where the kids even came from. Kids could be 10 miles up the road. Why don't we go find the
Why does it even matter where they came from? They're gone.
Well, you're
We don't
assuming
need
they're
to
in
worry
this
about them
their
anymore.
cornfield.
They got abducted out of this cornfield.
Listen, if you want to get armored up and go out wandering in that cornfield, I'll do it.
Let's go. You got some armor for me?
No, sir. I just think maybe we stop by the Daniels or the Crosses.
She just meant she'll put on
House
armor and you go
and see.
in your suit.
Yeah, I'll sit here in the car in the armor and you watch you do your thing.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Why would their parents have any information that we would need? Let's go to the library.
Let's go to the town hall and get the old deeds out and try to see where.
Who own this place?
If the Daniels farm backs onto this farm, then yeah, obviously. But if the Daniels farm, it's another 20 miles up the road. I just don't think the kids are here. If there's missing kids, there's gonna be a manhunt. There's gonna be a search party.
If they're truly missing, there would be like tracks or something, like Mr. Ward was saying.
So if you remember, the first thing that you heard over the police scanner, right, when you heard about the missing kids, was that the Daniels and the Crosses reported their kids, each one of them kids, like I said, it was a male and a female kid, right? Each of them reported their kid having not come home last night, right? They're missing. But the police, while talking to each other, were like, it hasn't been long enough, it needs to be 3 days to declare official, to declare them officially missing or whatever. But because they were worried or whatever, and they kind of had a location, roughly speaking, about where they had gone, which was, which where you're at, they went ahead and sent that's where you're at, up north here. So they sent a squad car up there who Deputy David, he volunteered to be like, okay, I'll go do it, I'm close enough or whatever. So he went up here to check it out. That's what you were hearing on the radio. And then a little bit later, you're driving up here and he's in the field while you're going by it. Right, and then you see the circle thing, and then you come out there, and he comes out of the field. And he's like, "Oh, surprised to see you," and that's the sequence of events so far. Just in case you missed any context.
Right.
Do we see him
yeah.
in the photo? Like in the video?
It's a huge field, so spotting a like 6 foot tall dude in a field full of 10 foot tall corn would be almost impossible.
That's the terrifying thing about cornfields, bro.
Well, no, I was thinking if he was in the circle that was flattened, not in the corn.
If you've not seen the Fellowship of the Rings,
you don't see anybody in the circle. You don't see anybody in the circle. And in addition to that, the thing that you heard him say when he came out is that he was like, "Okay, I guess there isn't a circle in there." Like he was looking for a circle and he did not find one.
Right.
And I guess you're right, Miss Myers. There's no way that we can't really associate the kids with the field, like. Other than that was the last place they were seen.
They were seen in the field. They were just seen in this area.
This region, not this farm.
How far does
it is hard because it's hard to mix the meta context because you saw as players the scene where they went towards the field and stuff, but that you don't know that.
I mean,
how far does the summer?
This all seems sus as hell. I get that. They're obviously in here. I just don't know that we as players really know.
I feel you totally.
Those farmers killed those kids.
What's this? How? I mean, I think we should turn the van. I think we should take the van through the field.
Really?
Let's do it.
If there's a farmer with an axe and or a minotaur in there, I want to be in the car.
I agree with Jinx. If there's a minotaur, I don't want to be walking around without armor.
There's a big fence.
Wait,
there's a big fence.
What makes y'all think there's a minotaur?
Yeah, but Yeah, you don't have any context for any of that yet.
Jinx just said it.
I didn't get a chance to tell you guys, but I have a missive from the circle. It may or may not have to do with this, but it usually does, and it mentions a legend of Crete, and it's tasked us to retrieve its part of its horn.
Oh.
So now we're chasing a
Minotaurs
minotaur
do
to
know
shave
things
his
about
horn.
mazes. Well, I'm just saying we should be on the
Cool.
lookout. We should
How
be
do they
open-minded
know
Let's stay in
about
the
the
van.
about what we're
Minotaur?
dealing with.
And nothing
say
can
we
cut
dr-
the horn of a Minotaur.
Is that true?
I don't. That's what I've heard.
They go over that in the scripture. Maybe
Before
we should hear more about
lessons.
some of these scriptures.
Yeah. Skip to
Might
the
not be a bad
Minotaur
idea.
part.
That's
I didn't
great,
realize they had
actually.
I didn't realize they were filled with practical advice.
Oh, we gotta read between the lines, but yeah,
There's
I'd
lines
gladly
in it?
sit down with you. Lines.
Listen,
I'd gladly sit down with you.
I know every
read
minute
some
we
scripture.
I know every minute we sit here, those kids
What
might
do you
be in
wanna
trouble.
hear? Let's see.
Though
What's
we did just sit
relevant?
here for an hour while you doodle on your napkin there.
We were doing other things while I was doing that.
That was an hour total of time with you like looking between the two hills and going over the film and stuff.
We were both just
doodle for
sitting
an
there
hour.
I mean, we
Staring
probably
at
had
it.
about an hour to save these kids.
Gideon.
So yeah, I realize now we're low on time for sure.
You want to just drive our van through
Oh,
my van through here?
The
Yep.
camera's out of focus for some reason. Psycho.
Oh,
Oh,
it sure
he's
is.
blurry.
I think he's frozen. Oh, he
He
blinked.
looks like Bigfoot.
No,
He blinked.
He's not
it's
frozen.
definitely
He's
out of
blinking.
focus. Do you hear us?
You
Psycho.
know, I don't know. Gun it.
Yeah.
Gun
What?
it. Smooth.
I'm not driving through this man's
Through that
fence.
Your
field.
camera's out of focus.
I'm not driving through this
Yeah,
man's
I'm-
fence.
Not sure why.
It's not. I don't think that's the polite thing to do.
We can go talk to him
Probably
again,
have
but
to
that's not going to
change
go well.
Ooh.
We can
Way
steal
past politeness.
their mail.
What? Why do you want to commit a felony?
Hold on, Jinx. We're just talking about driving through a field. We're not talking about no felony. We're not. Come on. We're not criminals. All right, gun it through the field. Gideon, let's go.
I don't. What is that going to accomplish?
There is a fence, by the by. We don't need to deal with the fence.
Let's just go in there. I'm gonna get my hunting rifle and my nunchucks.
Listen, the way these farm communities operate is somebody has certainly seen us by the road. They've talked
Yeah,
to those
multiple
goons.
cars have gone past you as you're sitting here. For
They
hours.
called those goons and said we were here. If we go out in that field, it's gonna be 5 minutes before they're out there chasing us with that axe.
Wasn't that camera guy supposed to be out here too somewhere?
He
saw
just
them
drove by.
go
Yeah,
by.
we saw him.
He
earlier.
drove by. Yeah,
Oh, maybe he's keeping him busy.
that's why we're gonna gun it through the field.
Could be, but who
I don't want to
knows
break
where-
this man's corn.
He's got plenty of it. It's 9 foot tall. He's got more corn than he could possibly know what to do with.
All right, I'm gonna use a couple
But-
of keeper moves real quick. So,
Okay.
one,
Oh, those kids are dead.
one, you see the van
The
coming
Minotaur
back south down the road now that you saw earlier going the opposite direction. And I will say this: in the passenger seat of the van, you
It's the
see
Minotaur.
a very disgruntled, a very disgruntled looking Minotaur. He looks so angry, disappointed. No, you
His
see a
eyes
very
all undone.
you see
His
a very
horns have been sawed off,
disgruntled
and he's really unhappy.
Paddington Reynolds.
Somebody got him first.
Oh, he's disgruntled.
Ooh.
as he's driving away past you to the south now, away from the.
Can I
the
lean out
farm.
the side and yell Patty as he drives by? Do I see him in time? because I got cameras.
I mean,
and stuff.
you can yell it.
Yeah, I want to yell Patty at him.
I'm not gonna stop you. Okay.
Does he hear
I mean,
me?
it doesn't stop or anything. The van's
Damn.
driving by you at like 40 miles an hour.
Well, I tried everything I know, guys. Patty's not gonna stop.
Thought
He
y'all
probably-
were best buds.
He probably heard
Tried
a guy
your
go.
best.
He must not
as he
see
drove by,
my
but
I am.
You tried your best, Lester.
okay, yeah, you yell
I
out
said-
Patty, and the van continues on past. Well, hold on. So I was using 2 moves. So that happens first, and then where's it at?
Walk in here.
Sorry, I'm reading a thing. Okay. Okay. So you look down now. You're having this conversation. You're like probably like at this point like walking back and forth around the outside of the van, and Lester, like, you just hear you just hear Lester like hang out the window, go hey, as his van drives by, and then you hear as one of your tires empties of air.
Was that a gunshot we heard?
Nope, it's just your tire. You can tell it was your
Okay.
tire. Just,
Oh yeah, it didn't go through, so I didn't know.
I'll look
Well.
around.
Oh shit.
Does anybody see anything?
nobody's around the van.
Looks
got
like we're
cameras
not
going
driving
in 4
through
directions.
the fence. Actually, I guess I got the spare.
When you
I'll
say
look at
that
the tire.
and you look over, like you look out the window towards the field where the fence is and everything, you could have sworn that fence was smaller.
Fence is bigger now?
Feels like it is. You didn't see it get bigger. Not like you saw anything. It's just like, huh. Was it always that big? Maybe it's just the mention of driving through it that's got you on edge.
Do I feel smaller?
You don't feel smaller. I mean, you feel like Gideon.
I mean, you let those kids die, so you've probably been bummed about that.
Yeah, I can't handle that. If we let those kids die, I can't handle it.
I would say by this point you might feel hungry because we established it's like noon, and you started this whole thing at 9 a.m. drinking coffee. So by this point,
Drinking the
everybody's
last bit of my
everybody's probably
Slurpee,
pretty hungry.
my slushy. I see. What is a non-copyrighted word for those things? Flavored ice drink.
Flavored ice. Yeah, I was
know.
wondering like.
I don't
Shaved
know if
ice.
slushy is. I don't know if slushy is copywritten or not either.
I think it is. I think every single one I tried was slimy, slurmy. What's the guy's name? Slurm.
Well, Finn's Fill Up is the name of the place, but it's Sluggo.
Sluggo.
Yeah. Finn the Slug. That's what it is. A
Finn-
cartoon
Finn's-
smiling slug, inexplicitly chugging slushies is what it says. So could be the Sluggo slush or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'll workshop it.
Dipping on those sluggos.
I know. I'm like trying to think of something that sounds like delicious, but it's really hard. Huh. Does that fence look bigger to y'all?
Okay. Have that impression.
Hmm. Are we shrinking?
That's what I thought. Lester, is your camera tall enough to look over that corn still?
Oh.
Yeah, it's the same height.
I don't know.
It's the same
The
height.
corn's the same height. Oh, the corn hasn't grown. So yeah. Sorry.
Should we I don't know.
I mean, you can
I
barely
don't
see
know.
over it while holding it up because it's 10 feet
Yeah.
high. But
It just barely.
We could
goes
use
over.
that to navigate through it, but I don't even think how are we gonna find this thing? If there really if what we saw is actually here, I believe what we saw is here. I believe those kids are here.
I believe those kids are dead, but that crop circle
that's
was
where we
here
differ.
for sure.
That's where we differ.
I hope it's not a time thing. I hope we don't have to wait until tomorrow to see it again.
Oh, right. That's what I was thinking too. Like when
Yeah.
the sun is at the same place. It's really tall corn. I don't think the farmer's gonna know we're in here.
I'm looking at the tire. What happened to the tire?
I feel like if the fences are
you
growing,
walk over to the tire, there's a
They're
split
gonna
down the edge of the tire ways. It doesn't look like it's slashed or anything like that. It looks like it gave out.
it was growing.
I'll feel it. Does it feel warm?
No. I mean, not any more than it would normally.
We're parked in the summer field, the summer area?
No, you're off
we're
the
not,
side of the
we're
road.
not that close, but like,
Yeah.
It's
well,
not like it's super cold here, even in January all the
Right.
time or anything like that, but it's kind of crisp in the air, It's like maybe like 55, 60 degrees.
look, we could go back to the farmers and try a direct approach and see how they react and sort of suss things out that way, or we'll go into this field. Shall we?
Also, you need to fix your tire too if you're gonna drive the van.
Yeah. I'll start working on that. I'll pull the spare out while we're having this conversation. How about we try both?
Icy is
how about I go in that field there, and you go work your magic on that dude with the axe.
That could work.
And I'm thinking like what you said is like literal. Like call him out for using magic. Like he must know something. It is risky, but I don't know. Maybe don't do that right off, but keep that card in your sleeve. I guess Lester, you want to go in here with me and look for clues?
Absolutely.
I would feel
give me
better
one
if
sec.
y'all-
I wanna post something on Paddington's forum. I just wanna ask him if he found the crop circle. If he found the aliens.
It's a good question, actually. I would be interested to see. He looked pretty disappointed, so.
Yeah, I want to see what he says. We're pretty good friends, so we might.
I
he might
would
respond.
say you maybe even have like a message when you go check from not from him, obviously. Don't get your hopes up, buddy. But from what are they called? Flameout. That's just like, holy shit! You see this? And it's just it's a post on his blog already. So it's like as soon as you check, you're like, what? A message. You see this, and you go to it, and you're like, I was just about to check it. It's just an all caps tirade of anger from Paddington about these farmers, these closed-minded farmers, and that they must be working for the secret government. It's covering up the truth about the aliens that are clearly taking root in Hushwood, and he's going to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so I want to send a copy of the I want to take an image of the crop circle that was videotaped, right? That was filmed.
Is it
And send it to.
That's just his character. This is their characters.
I want to take 2 pictures. Okay, I want one that shows the crop circle, and one that doesn't, right? And they have like basically the same timestamp, right? Like 2 seconds timestamp difference or whatever, right? And I want to send those images to Flameout.
They're like 150 feet apart or whatever, or you can take them from the same position and do two. But that would be much longer. So it's up to you how you want to do it.
I want to send them to Flameout, and then I also want to send like a direct message to Paddington, not post it on the forum, but like a direct message to him with those images.
Okay. That's gonna take probably like 20 minutes to upload on your connection.
Yeah,
because it's really awful. But yeah, you can do that.
Okay, but I'll get them uploading, and then we'll go explore.
Well, because I'm changing the tire out anyway, so that's perfect.
Oh, that's right. That's true.
So
that's what I'll do while Gideon's changing the tire. Good point.
So you probably feel the van like.
I'm sitting in there. He's like, "You could at least get out."
Yeah, he's not helping at all. I don't know, Miss Meyer.
You don't have to roll to change your tire, but I would like you to note that you have now used the spare tire.
Okay.
On your van, and so you no longer have a spare tire
until I replace it.
Yeah.
I can drop you off, Miss Meyer, in the church van, or you can just take it.
I feel like I'm gonna need to take it. I'm gonna need.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm really not supposed to let people drive it, other than myself, but I trust you. And this is an emergency.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, those kids' lives are on the line here. If they're even in this cornfield, I don't even know what's happening here, to be honest. But we might get some more answers. I'll start gearing up after I get the tire changed. Get my hunting rifle and my nunchucks.
Okay. Tire change, it's not a problem. You've lived in this van for a long time. You've probably changed the tire quite a few times. So
while he's doing that, I'm going to sit in the back of the van and do my divination process to consult the bones.
Okay. Go ahead and describe to me what you're doing and make your roll.
So yeah, basically sitting there cross-legged. It's pretty straightforward. I basically pull out a bag of literal bones, roll them like dice, then basically I just stare at them, using my training essentially to read what they portend, while I think about the children and what we've seen here so far. Looking for any, just thinking like questions, like question after question in my mind, like, are the kids okay? Are they safe? Are we in danger? What is this? And just like, obviously, if magic wasn't a thing, it's just like me just like reading, being like, oh, that bone's to the right, so that's a yes, or like, but obviously there's some magic involved.
Would he get the +1 from following my advice for that?
I would rule that your advice was specifically just to like look for the children, or to use that as a vein. And so because of how many questions he sort of just asked there, I would say that probably not on this one. I would say that would be like more like if he went to the parents' houses and did anything there related to that or whatever.
That's fair. Okay, so basically, on a 10+, so I hold 1.
Okay.
Basically, 1 time for this mystery. I can have a useful object ready. I can be somewhere I'm needed just in time. I can take a forward and give a forward to another hunter, or I can preemptively warn somebody about an attack so it doesn't happen.
That sounds good. So yeah, you got hold 1 right now. Just note that down.
Yeah, I did. It's a spot for it. So that's what I'm doing while the tire's being changed and all that.
Okay. Gideon, you're out here changing the tire. You get the spare on, and you've gotten the final lug nut in and everything, and capped. It's looking good. Your spare is a pretty decent spare, but you'll need to get a real tire to replace it with. And you're essentially you're at the point where you're done. You're standing up and putting the jack down. Right, you're letting the vehicle back down. So everybody inside kind of feels that there's this moment where you stand up, and for less than a second, it feels like it's nighttime. All of a sudden, it's just this flash of everything's dark, and you feel like there is something behind you, right behind you, like an inch behind you, breathing down your neck, and you see this shadow cast against the van for just this briefest second that has these tendrils stretched out in every direction, and it looks like a humanoid shape but tall, and it has this perfectly brimmed little hat in it, and it's gone.
Miss Ma, did anyone else see that? Lester, did you see that?
Coming. And I'll sort of get up and scramble out and go out. Yes, what is it?
Gideon's gonna be breathing pretty heavy. Think y'all didn't see that? It didn't just turn nighttime for y'all just now?
I was inside. What happened? What did you see?
Yeah, I was in the
Oh,
van
that's-
looking at.
Did you see any crop circles?
No, something worse than that, Miss Meyer. Remember when I wasn't
dead
sure?
children. Dead children.
Maybe worse than that even. I'm not sure. Miss Meyer, remember that time I wasn't sure if I had seen something that I saw when I was with you near the cemetery? I feel like I saw him again. The man in the hat.
I'll just
I was there
instinctively kind of
too.
look around,
Yeah.
scan around.
No one saw it. No one
Sounds
else
like
saw
you're
that.
trying to read a bad situation, Jane.
It was worse than before. He was right up against my back, and there was tentacles everywhere.
So
I
you're looking around, Jane, for something outside the van or whatever. You don't see anything. You turn back and look at Lester in the back, who's trying to get his pictures to upload probably, and for the briefest second you see him, and you see his shadow against the wall in the interior of the van, and then it separates, and there's two shadows there, and your mind doesn't quite tick for a minute. You think one of them's yours, right? Until you kind of look at it, and you can see it has this hat on, and then you blink, and it's not there anymore. Lester is none the wiser. It was would have been on him. He's just sitting there sending his picture.
You were right, Miss Myers.
You're right, Gideon.
You saw him?
Gideon. It was here.
What is
What
that
was he?
thing?
Unfortunately, I don't yet know.
Really? He has nothing to do with this thing?
I don't think so. I think that's something else. The circle's working on it. And I'll glance around again.
Well,
We'll
that's
see.
reassuring, I guess. I didn't like that, Miss
Circle
Meyer.
business,
He was.
It was
He was,
almost. I will say, Gideon. It is almost as though you felt breath on the back of your
Yeah.
neck for a moment.
Made my hair stand up back of my neck.
And we should have gotten them butt plugs after all.
It was great. I was clenched. I don't think I could have even gotten
yeah.
them.
Well,
Nothing was getting in
I
there.
guess it's gone.
Don't worry.
I guess it's gone now.
Gideon would start just saying a prayer under his breath.
It must. That may.
Yeah, Gideon,
You
good
turn
job trying to
around,
voodoo spell.
look around you. You don't see any weird shadows or anything. I will say when you look at the cornfield, there is something a little odd about the corn this time. Just kind of in the section of that you're in, just kind of like near where you're at. It all looks like it's kind of pulled back, like it was trying to get away from something. You look down at your feet. It's a lot more dead grass there than there was before. That's it.
Like in a circle or like
Kind of right behind him. Yeah, basically like a circle right behind him.
you're feeling okay though, Gideon?
Not really.
I know you're shaking up. I know that, but physically you feel fine.
Oh, I think I am all right. I think I'm okay. I don't know why he would just like appear and then vanish.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the 5-finger death touch. I wouldn't even be worried about that.
Is that something I should be worried about for the future?
No, I wouldn't even be worried about that. We'll know
All
more in
right.
the next 24 hours.
Oh, all right. Gather some more intel then, I guess, in the meantime. Yeah, I don't know what that was about, Miss Meyer. I don't like whatever that was.
Oh, well, we had...
Tires changed.
luckily, whatever that thing is, it hasn't acted directly yet. So, I think we gotta stay focused on these children.
There was a lot more to him this time.
Yes, Lester.
There's a
Everything
lot
okay?
more.
That circle shit's scary.
There was a lot more to his, like... I felt him, Miss Meyer.
Of course.
Like, it wasn't just like a shadow or a reflection. Feels like, could that mean he's getting stronger, whatever it is?
I fear you may be right. You know, maybe go hide in that cornfield. Maybe that's the best idea. Can't find you in there.
Run around, see if
You know what?
find anything to hide.
Honestly, if you look at the way that corn's moving, it looks like they didn't like him much either.
Well, if that's a good omen or not.
It's like opposing forces. He said no.
Weird.
But
It could protect us from him, maybe. Maybe.
yeah, I think you're exactly right.
All right, let's go find out.
You should get in that corn.
Well, I'm shaking up, but I've got my book with me, and my gun, and my nunchucks.
You got a gun?
Got
I
100.
got a
man.
gun.
You're packing?
Hell yeah. Heck yeah.
Dang it. All right, well, I don't know. I'm gonna come in with you guys, and I'm gonna grab my mace and my
You're coming with
magnum.
us?
Yeah, fuck it.
Plans change? All right.
We're all going.
All right, I'm gonna stride confidently into the corn.
Okay. So
I
you're putting,
do
on your,
too.
you're putting on your armor.
No,
Me
but I
too.
got. I'll throw the mace in my backpack and a magnum. But no armor. That would be too
Okay.
much.
I have my weapons and I have my camera on.
Okay. So the three of you are now going to walk into the corn. Are you calling Jaeger or anything? I'm just trying to get the exact series of events that's taking place here.
I'm gonna text Michael. Hey, we're walking into a big old field of corn. Are you out of work yet?
Right now it would be like noon, so probably not quite yet. You've probably been working since like probably 8 or 7, something like that. The site's pretty early, but you probably haven't been
Maybe
doing
even
proper
6,
construction work, a little bit later because of the noise. But yeah, so I'd say you could probably get off work by probably like 1 or 2 p.m.
Yeah, you receive a text back just saying soon.
Oh, Michael's gonna get out of work soon. He's gonna come join us.
He doesn't even know
Oh,
what you're talking
really?
about, though.
He also said I love you
Oh, that was sweet.
and be safe.
Michael.
Yeah.
He didn't really say that, did he?
No.
That was you, wasn't
I
it?
mean, it's in the subtext. It just is a
Okay.
one word. It says soon. Period.
What's the, tell him the name of this. Tell him the name of this road just in case.
Oh yeah. I'll text him a little address. You can map quest it.
Print it up.
Paper directions.
Yeah. That's the time. That's the time we're currently in. So.
Bone Age, basically.
All right, so you text Michael, and then the 3 of you grab your weapons, camera, and step over the fence. Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm gonna
You can't just step over it.
wait
You have to
for-
climb over it.
I'm gonna wait for traffic, so there's no one like, I'm gonna be a little incognito with it.
Okay.
Wait, you gonna wait till there is traffic or not?
Yeah, so that everyone sees me. I want everyone to see me.
All right.
No.
I assume there's not like traffic. Like,
It's just a car every now and then.
right.
It's traffic, right?
Yeah, technically.
I mean-
it's just not backed up. Yeah, it's there's no role to be like, can I time it when there's not a
There's
car?
a car. Yeah.
Because
Like-
it's more
like Frogger.
it's more like you look both ways and it's like, all right, hold on, I
Right.
see a car way down there.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that kind of a thing. Occasionally a car goes by at like 40 miles an hour.
I'll wait till it's clear and I will scramble. But it's a fence I have to climb over. It's not like a.
I mean, you could have
It's not
sworn
like-
the fence was only like maybe 5 or 6 feet tall when you first got to it. It was a pretty hefty fence. It kind of had
like
initially
chain link?
even
What is this?
sort of gave the impression that I'll get to it. Well, excuse me. Sort of gave the impression that it was like with the height of the corn, it came over the top of it, and to a degree, kind of made the corn look a little bit smaller in a way by the size of the fence. But there was that moment where you like turned away and you look back, and the fence looked like it's thicker and taller and stuff. So it might be about as tall as like 7 feet at this point if you're looking at it. Like it's quite a bit above you, and it is essentially like a wrought iron fence, like that you would have like around a manor kind of thing.
Okay. Pretty nice fence. This is definitely taller.
But it's climbable. It's not like it's impossible to climb or something. It's even, you can hold onto the bars and stuff.
I'll get over and I'll help Lester over with all his gear.
Okay.
And Miss Meyer, I'll help.
There's no roll to climb over it or anything. It just takes you.
I'll help her with
Couple
her. Are you
minutes.
bringing your armor with you?
No. I just can't in my mind. Like,
Right.
I don't even know I got this armor. In my mind, it's
know.
like, how would I ever? How is it ever going to be acceptable to be having a suit of armor?
It's gonna be weird no matter what if
Wear
somebody
clothes.
sees you.
I mean, I haven't even found a reason to pull out the mace yet.
it's
like,
it's,
I mean,
it's
that's
not like
already a
modern
big
armor.
ass deal.
It's like medieval armor.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean.
It's like a full
Wear, like,
chainmail
a
coif, like a
thin-
crusader.
It's gonna be hard to do. It's gonna be hard to pull that one off. But it's
You
gonna
could
be sweet
you
as
could
hell.
probably get like a big
It's gonna be sweet as hell.
a big coat or something to cover a bunch of it, but it'd be really weird. You'd be like hunched up like a cloak kind of thing. Either way, you're gonna look fucking weird, but whatever. So yeah, you're able to climb over the fence. It's
Maybe
easiest
I'll just
for-
start wearing it like all day, every day, and to get people used to it.
Right,
Get the,
yes,
get the
there's the
rumor
rope.
mill
I mean,
going.
Miss Meyer.
I would
That
say
crazy old lady.
You probably
That
do wear
crazy-
it sometimes, right? When you're doing
Absolutely.
your HEMA stuff, like
Yeah, I got no worries having it in the trunk, but it's the point when you put it on out in the field is when things get weird.
The strangers.
maybe you're LARPing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We could be LARPers.
Anyway, so I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
that's probably
farmers
a
love
cover
a
I would
good.
use.
Farmers love a
Either
good
way,
LARP.
it doesn't matter if you're in armor or not. If these farmers find you in their field, they're not
They'll,
gonna be happy.
they'll respect a good
So-
LARP.
But yeah, you jump over the fence. It takes you a minute to climb over. You plop down on the other side. You look back, see the van behind you, and step off into the cornfield. Almost immediately, as soon as you step into the cornfield, you look back, and it's just like a wall of corn. You can't even really see where the fence was anymore, much less the van. And as you continue to get further and further in, it's sort of like really difficult. I mean, it's very thick, and there's no perfect rows or anything to walk through like you would expect. In fact, it just seems to get thicker and thicker, and you turn around behind you, and it's even thicker that way somehow. That doesn't make sense, but it is. And you continue on, and I'm using a keeper move.
Just camera show 'em.
And so I'm getting to that. So I'm using a keeper move here. So the three of you are kind of walking side by side, basically, slightly staggered as you're walking through here. And it's getting so thick that it comes a point where you can't even see each other as close as you are. And you call out to one another occasionally, just having your conversation. Lester, you take a moment to kind of stop and like poke your camera up and look around. Two things happen. One, none of you get a response from the other one. Two, you hold this camera up, Lester. It's nothing but corn. As in, somehow, you can't get it over the top of it. You could have sworn it was above that when you entered.
Fucking sucks.
This was your fucking plan, man. This was your idea.
You should have worn your
Now
armor.
what? Now what? What's
You were supposed
what
to stay
now?
in the van.
Everything's working.
Why
Everything's
were you
working.
not staying in the van?
Everything's working exactly what you expected.
Doesn't matter. You can't hear each other anyway. As each of you tries to speak to the other and find the other one, you've all been separated somehow. There's only been a few feet since the van, but yeah, you just can't see each other. I'm going to allow you guys to... I'll allow each of you to read a bad situation, since you're all kind of looking around for each other at the moment. But
you're.
Can I use my boon to reverse time?
This
You're
is just
revealing-
corn. I'm gonna start laying it flat.
You're revealing to us that this is a bad situation. Though. You're giving us that one.
it'd be a bad situation if there weren't monsters involved.
Ding! Level
There's
up,
monsters
baby.
too.
Level up.
It's the name of the game.
Failure.
Do I
Experience.
get a?
Level
All right,
up.
hold on. Let's handle this one person at a time because this is complicated.
I'm going off on my own. Do I get an XP?
If you manually do that yourself, but it's
Yeah, you didn't go off on your own. You fucked up the whole team.
what you're referring to is the "Don't worry, I'll check it out" ability.
Yeah.
Which
I'm
if
checking
you had
it out right now.
if you had been like, guys, I'm gonna go check it out, and you just went into the cornfield, absolutely, I would have definitely given you that. But that's unfortunately not how that move works. Not when the keeper separates you. Do you automatically get XP? Anyway,
I'm checking it out. You guys.
so yeah, I'm using the separate them move. But you are wandering around in this cornfield, laying it flat in some places. As you lay it flat, you notice like, yeah, it stays down. You kind of turn away from it and turn back. It's right back up.
Oh, son.
And it's just very confusing. So anyway, so let's go through the moves that everybody just rolled. So Jane, you just did your read a bad situation. You got an XP. Go ahead and give that to yourself. You don't get any additional information, unfortunately. You're just lost in a cornfield. I will say it's warm in here. So anyway, it's not hot. It's just warm. It's comfortably warm in here. Much more than it was outside. So next one of you roll your bad situation. Read a bad situation.
Well,
Lester, that's an advanced success. All right. Do you have any anything that makes that triggers an advanced success on that move? As a flake, there's some moves that do, but I don't think
That's
you
usually
took
unlocked
one.
with XP.
Yeah. I don't think you have any of
no,
those
I
yet.
just get
Yeah.
to hold 3.
Right. Yeah, so you get hold 3 in regards to the situation. So essentially, you're gonna want to start. You're gonna want to spend those now. So go ahead.
All right, what's my best way out?
Okay. So, and remember, these are always in the context of the situation you're in and the information you have. So your best way out is going to be to find the edge and get out. Hold 3, you get 2 more.
Easy.
Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Yes.
The Minotaur. Okay, what's most vulnerable to me?
No, I need to look at that.
That'd be like, what could he do damage to, or how can he be affected?
You can try and make your way through the field. I mean, the corn moves around and stuff when you move it. It seems to, like, as Gideon found out kind of the slightly harder way, it does seem to, like, react and pop back up. But he was able to lay it down and you know, it bent. The stalk's bent. It's not like it's immovable or something.
Okay, I have a non-hold question. Is it still tilted?
Is it still tilted?
Yeah, how it was
What do you
tilted,
mean by tilted?
like it was moving
That was
away.
only in the little area where Gideon
okay.
was when he was next to the van. It was like in a circle. There was some dead grass on the ground, and then the corner had like pulled back, like it had grown that way. But not the whole
Okay.
giant field. I mean, it's a huge field, right?
Right.
Also, I'll give you an extra piece of information too, since you rolled so well there. In the process of this and trying to stick your camera up there to get a look on the field, you look up and you just see clouds swirling above the field very lightly. And it's not a daytime sky. It's like a dusk sky, an evening sky. It's pretty dark in here.
Oh, that's weird. I think to myself about how
It's like barely noticeable, but
Gideon said
you
it.
wouldn't have gotten it unless you got like a
turned
12
night.
plus. But.
Okay. Well. Okay, I'm gonna start walking.
Okay.
Just in a straight line. And then I'm gonna hold the camera facing behind me and watch the monitor. And I'm curious what happens when I'm not looking at the at the corn.
Okay. Are you doing anything to the corn as you're passing it or anything like that?
Just kind of flattening it down on the ground.
Okay. You do this for, I would say, like 4 or 5 minutes. And you can see every now and then, like, kind of a corn that had been flattened, but a ways back sort of pops back up. It's slow, though. It's not, like, immediate. And you're doing this for a little ways. You're kind of just, like, watching the monitor as you're walking forward, not paying as much attention to ahead of you. As you're watching the monitor, you're seeing the corn. And then you hear from in front of you. You look up, and there's just this, like, flattened pathway through the corn.
I'm following it.
Right, so you start walking down the pathway through the corn. We're going to go ahead and jump over to Michael. Michael, you got those text messages and stuff, in response and everything. It's 2 p.m.
Wrapping up the shift, I'm gonna head over to Totem's place.
All right, so your foreman walks up to you like right as you're like walking off site or whatever, and he goes to like shake your hand. It looks like, but then he puts what looks like a bottled beer in your hand and he just says, "All right, good work today, Ward. I gotta say you're moving a lot of these things a lot quicker than the last guy. So, just want to let you know we appreciate you here. If you're not too busy, I'd like you to come in tomorrow morning as well, and you don't need to come in quite as early or whatever. We got some pretty heavy hammering we got to do tomorrow to get this frame up, but it's gonna be kind of loud. We don't want to keep the neighbors in, so you don't have to come in until about 10 tomorrow if that's all right. It's probably going to be a shorter day, maybe
no
about
problem.
6 hours or so, but you'll get paid just the same. I'm gonna go ahead and move you on up to $11 an hour. You've been doing pretty good work here, and we're gonna try and keep you on. All right? And he just kind of pats you on the back. A little bit of dust,
Appreciate that.
like sawdust, pops off. All right, and he holds up a beer too, and kind of like cheers it to your beer without you even having opened it yet. Just kind of tink. You have a good one now. I got kids I gotta get back to. And you see him like turning and walking down the street. He's not driving. He's like literally walking towards a house nearby that he probably lives in. So
Yeah. Flick the top off. Start drinking and make my way over to Toten's place.
okay. Yeah, I would say you're pretty close to there. We established that earlier, so a few minutes go by and you arrive at the tailor shop. Ding-a-ling-ling. As the door swings open, the bell rings in the tailor shop. Jaeger, where are you?
Probably at the counter, but with like a stack of books that I'm just like, ooh, kind of hide.
Oh, okay. And then you see it's Michael.
Then I see it's Michael. I'm like, oh, keep reading.
What's the
Alright.
word?
Not looking good so far, but I haven't heard from them for a while. I told them to investigate the missing children, but well, they haven't communicated with me yet. So
And what was the exact wording on the last message you sent?
Hi, we're going into this big cornfield.
And then
You
the
coming?
address, basically.
Yeah, and then I sent you the MapQuest link.
Yeah, they might be lost in a big cornfield with crop circles. You probably know more than I do.
well, that can happen in a normal cornfield, and I suspect this is not a normal cornfield.
So quickly flopping back to Gideon and Lester and Jane. Each of you has now spent probably 2 hours wandering around here, looking for each other and not finding a single sound of each other, like yelling out and all that stuff. But by this point, each of you would have had a path of corn laid down in front of you.
Oh, like it's forming for us?
Like for him, he looked down while he was looking behind him and he heard the sound and looked up, and there was a full hallway of corn basically. And it's like, pretty wide, like 8.5 feet wide or
But
whatever.
it doesn't extend behind him, it's only in the direction forward.
Yeah. The same is true for all of you.
You're being invited.
Yeah, well, I'm walking down that
I don't see an option
invitation
here.
hallway.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow that corn hole.
Also, I'm going to turn my camera around so it's filming what's in front of me now.
Okay. Yeah, it continues straight for a while and turns, and then turns again and again, and then splits off a couple of times, and you have to choose a path.
I always choose right.
Okay,
I
you
choose
just
the
keep
correct
keep
path.
going. You can hear sounds every now and then. It's that sound of the corn kind of rustling and moving and stuff. And it seems incredibly thick now, everywhere. Like the edges of the hallway, if you want to call it that, right? That has been flattened for you, are just like straight, super thick. Can't even see through it, like a few inches. Corn and barley. And that's all you get, really. It just continues, and you're at this point you're sort of like I would say it's become obvious to you that you're somewhat lost in a maze of corn. Right? Like
Get out of here.
there's no
Wait,
like
what?
Jinx is never lost.
it's not
Jinx
like
is
a
never
player knowledge thing is what I'm saying. It's definitely a character knowledge thing at this point.
I
But
know where I am.
but you would also probably after 2 hours of this look down and at your phone or whatever and see you don't have any signal. All right, back to Jaeger and Michael, but Michael's not there because he just stood up.
My religion tells me to always choose the right, so I'm just gonna keep taking the right path every time it pops up.
Okay. You do take the right path a bunch. I mean, it continues. There are definitely, you've taken at least 4 or 5 rights. So by all accounts, you've gone in a circle. But you did, from your perspective, you haven't crossed back onto a path that you were on previously. Wait till he gets back. Okay, there. But you definitely have seen like areas of the ground, not grass, but the ground where you're like, is that a footprint in it? You kind of like checking it out, but it's never like deep enough, and it's always so like essentially filled with the roots of all this vegetation that it's never quite obvious. But you may have walked on there, or somebody may have walked on there before. But it's a field, like it's worked, so boot prints in a field aren't exactly uncommon. But moving on to there, back to Jaeger and Michael. What are you doing?
Still reading.
Okay. So yeah, you'll be
Assume
done
you
with your
explained
research probably by
findings to
like.
me.
He doesn't have that as findings yet. I was gonna say his research won't be done until about like 5 p.m. It's like 2, so he's got like 3 more hours of research to do basically. Yes, I would say at this point they're kind of lost in the maze for a while. Let me check this keeper move real quick. Sorry.
You should have about 3 or 4 hours, right, left? Because we've been in the maze for 2 hours.
You've been in the maze for 2, and he started the research
At noon. It should be 6
at
p.m.
noon,
for him.
so it'd be 6 p.m. Yeah. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Well, does anyone have a lighter?
Yep, so I would say
No,
we'll go ahead and skip forward a period of time. You guys will have spent several hours kind of lost in this maze, and you won't quite be done with your research yet, Jaeger. But even though you don't have signal on your cell phone, as I mentioned, what you do have is it still works. It still has battery power, right? So that's not uncommon or whatever. But what you do notice is you have a clock on it, so you can keep track of the time and stuff. And you can see, I have been in here for 2 hours. I've been in here for 3 hours now. I still haven't found anybody. And if you aren't already, you're starting to get a little bit worried. It was already dusk looking when you came in here earlier, but at this point, it's night.
Night? Oh, shit.
You look down on your clock on your phone, though, and I would say by this time, I'll just roll die and see. Okay. All right, so I would say by this time it's like 5:30 p.m. and you've been wandering around in here, fucking completely lost for hours now, and at this
Shoot
point,
my rifle into the air.
at this point, I was gonna say, at this point, you're starting to like get desperate for things to do, and you have now since crossed a path where you're like, I'm pretty sure I have been here before, and it forks, and it goes in different ways. You're like, I'm pretty sure I have been here, but this wasn't here before. It's a maze, but it's changing while you're in it. You shoot your rifle into the air. Okay. You all hear a rifle fire into the air.
I'll pull out my gun and shoot into the air as well, just so he knows.
Playing Marco Polo with bullets.
Yeah. You hear the
Also-
the gunshot sounds.
Can
I want to take one of my knives, and I want to cut a couple of corn stalks
Okay. Yeah, it's easy.
and watch them for the amount of time, that they were taking to pop back up. I want to see what happens to them when I cut them.
Where are you watching them from?
The same thing I did before. I'm going to turn around and turn my camera backwards and watch them from behind. like I was
The
doing
bar
before.
downtown.
yeah.
They
The beach.
if they were flattened down, they do pick back up or whatever, but they're not like regrowing super fast or anything like that, like crazy. But then like after like a few more minutes, you do see it looks like it's starting to grow back a little bit. It would probably take hours at the rate it's going, but it does look like it's growing.
Hey.
Is
So-
there any way to hear the gun noises and know what direction that's in?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna try.
I would say that would be a sharp roll.
Eight skis.
Mixed success. So you've heard two gunshots. From your perspective, Jane, they both are coming from your right.
Alright, well, I'm pulling out my.
You shot your gun.
How about a 15?
You shot your gun, Gideon. Well, unfortunately, you don't really get anything past a 12, but unless you have special moves that do that. But you shot one of the guns, so you only get to hear the other one, right? And of course, you kind of hear the echo of yours. It does kind of seem a little weird, the sound of the gunshots, because they don't seem to like echo as long as you would. You fired a gun before, and you kind of hear the gunshot, and then you hear the gunshot again a second later as it bounces back from pretty far away. That doesn't happen really, but you do hear the first one,
Right.
and then you hear his
So-
first one as well. From your perspective, Gideon, it sounds like it's on your left somewhere.
I will start to head that direction.
Okay, so you're gonna go off the path now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also going to head towards the direction, that I heard.
I'm gonna swing
Getting
my
shot.
nunchucks.
It's getting increasingly thick, as I said, as you're moving through it. So it's very difficult to move through. You're kind of like having to take a step and kind of move it, and take another step and move it. So it's taking you a long time. When you look back behind you, after you've made it like 10, 20 feet into the thick, there's just like a perfect hallway right behind you, like leading the other direction, like the hallway is following you almost. But you continue to move into the thick. It's just really hard trudging through it, but you do so in the direction that you heard. Lester, you hear his shot, and it sounds like it's coming from your right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head directly towards it as well.
Okay. Same thing. What are you doing, Jane?
I'm pulling out my mace and I'm just like trying to use it to like kind of whack through a path, but I'm
Like
going towards the
breaking stalks?
gunshots. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you turn to your right and head in that direction towards the sounds you've heard. Both sounds, they didn't sound like they were coming from exactly the same place, but both of them were to your right somewhere. And so you start cutting off in that direction. I would say at this point, Jaeger and Michael, you might start to be mildly concerned that you haven't heard from them yet.
After a few minutes, I will shoot my gun in the air again.
Okay. Again, you hear from the same direction, the direction you are headed. It's not too difficult to discern kind of the sound. I will say it sounds like, not that it's further away, but that it's more muffled. Like it's
in the corn.
Yeah, like it's being covered. The sound's being muffled. So, because you're literally thick in the corn. So, and it's just
Okay,
getting
cool.
thicker
I
and
will
thicker.
keep on my heading then. I appreciate that. Gunshot.
Yeah.
All right. So a bit more time goes by. I would say at this point it is like 6 o'clock. And the sun is beginning to set in the normal world, however you want to call it. And Jaeger, you have just kind of closed your book and made the realizations that I revealed to you earlier. Michael, you're just kind of sitting there in the tailor shop impatiently watching Jaeger.
Yeah, pretty much just kind of tapping foot, looking around, checking the phone every few minutes, seeing if a message is hit yet.
At this point, you would all see there's no messages sent from them, but there is one thing that got posted, a set of pictures that Lester posted to his like blog thing, and so you can see those. They probably come up. You probably have some kind of alert that he forces on you, if nothing else, for when he posts things. But yeah, you would see these two images, including the crop circle one. Having just read the tomes, Jaeger, and like now looking at this and kind of closing them and making your realization, that very well might be a form of labyrinth, which can only mean one type of guardian.
A minotaur.
And with that, what do you do?
How do corn crop circles equal minotaur?
That's a very good question. Let's go ask those farmers.
All right.
The crop circles were poor idiots that went into the corn and like got lost.
That was the trail they cut, yeah.
The big circles when they pulled out a grenade and blew themselves up out of frustration.
All right, so you guys pile into Jaeger's car, close up the shop.
Yeah, I mean it's 6, so I can close anyways.
Okay. I have to ask, what weapons and stuff are you bringing? What kind of equipment are you bringing with you?
Flamethrower.
I don't
think you
have
have
a
established
flamethrower.
that you have a flamethrower. If you want
I
to
mean,
get
technically,
one,
I have an
we can
armory.
go through that, and you can go steal one somewhere. But sure.
But with my armory, if I need a special weapon,
Yeah.
would
Like
I
an
know
enchanted
that I
blade or
need a
something.
special weapon to fight a minotaur?
Given the research that you've done, you know that they, if it is indeed a Minotaur, which you suspect it might be, you know, they are quite tough. They can also change form to look like a human, and they usually are in a position of prominence sometimes in the communities when they have been afforded being a guardian. They are also immortal. They do not die ever from any natural causes. They can be destroyed and killed in that way, but they are otherwise completely immortal and extremely tough. Very difficult to put down. The only references you have to in your documents and stuff that you pull up and look for any kind of fighting of a Minotaur are extremely old, like pre-medieval, and so they make references to all kinds of different humors and things that you know now are just bullshit that they used to do to try and deal with them. But there are accounts where the Minotaurs are literally like peaceful, right, and don't kill things, and are basically they just talk to them and made them go away, like by convincing them. They had to do a trade, but there's also instances where that didn't happen, and they had to fight them, and they were torn apart by, you know, groups of men with swords and pikes and horses and things like that. But they took quite a few of them out with them, right? They're sort of a one-man army, quite tough.
Well, I got a shotgun.
They are
and a
associated,
werewolf.
right? They are associated with their labyrinth quite a bit. They are much more powerful within the labyrinth than out of it, and they are kind of tied to their labyrinth in a lot of ways. They're extremely tied to it.
Cornfield.
Great job there, Smoot.
You didn't have to follow
Good
me.
idea.
So
Good
yeah,
idea.
I'm gonna bring me.
If you hadn't, maybe he would have gotten more XP.
It was your idea to follow me. I even
Shotgun
gave
and
you the opportunity
knife.
not to.
All right, so what?
I'm definitely bringing my shotgun and my knife.
Okay. You pile into the car and
his
drive
knife.
The blessed
The-
one. It's holy.
yeah. It's a Swiss Army knife, little tiny one.
Blessed Swiss Army.
Yeah, so you begin the drive north. It takes about 30 minutes to the edge of town. It's not hard to miss because their van is parked on the side of the road there, empty, as you drive right up to it. What do you do?
That doesn't look good.
At this point, it's dark, so it's hard to see the field. But when you cross over those hills, you just see kind of like shadows all over the field. It's very dark and hard to tell kind of the form of it. It's almost amorphous, and you could swear like it's almost like it's moving a little bit, like the surface of liquid, like water or something.
I have an idea.
It's also extremely tall.
I'm gonna grab like a bunch of flashlights,
Okay.
climb up on top of the van, and shine them into the field.
Okay. They shine into the field. They illuminate some of the corn. It's good corn.
I follow the light to
It's
safety.
big. You-
Michael,
you don't
can you see
see-
anything?
You don't see sources of light coming from outside.
This looks like corn to me.
It does. It just looks like really huge corn.
In the middle of January.
Yeah. I will say, probably even at this distance, Michael, you, given your senses, you smell this like fresh earth smell. This like the way summer smells, not the way like winter smells, if that makes sense.
Michael, do you even need one of these? holds a flashlight.
Might as well.
Okay.
You mentioned
And-
talking to the farmers first.
I think we should. Just in case one of the farmers is the Minotaur.
Alright. They sound pretty tough from what you were saying. Maybe we can just talk to it.
I would prefer words over violence, but be ready.
Shoot my rifle into the air again.
And
Those of you that are inside the field, you hear the gunshot, and you're kind of getting, at this point, I would say maybe even close enough to hear each other yell out. And that kind of gives you pause to run towards each other a little bit faster. So, like, probably after several minutes, you would probably literally run into each other. Like, maybe even, like, physically. Oh, God. Because it's so dense, you can't really see around you very well. But at the point at which you would run into each other, probably first Lester and Gideon, and then a second later Jane, because you were further away. You look around you, and it's just this circle of corn laid down. It was thick a moment
We
ago.
found the center.
Oh, the center found us.
Crop circle.
Yeah, we found the crop circle. I'm so glad to see y'all. I can't even begin. I started panicking a little bit back there.
I thought
I'm not
this was a
gonna lie.
terrible idea, Gideon, but you fucking nailed it, bro.
I mean, I did say that you didn't have to come with us. Just want to throw that out there.
And for
It all
context,
worked
the
out.
people outside of the field do not hear any gunshots or anything like that,
Yeah, that's interesting.
or yells or anything like along
They
those
see a
lines.
crop circle.
You have
As I said, when you look out into the field, it looks very shadowed as they cast the flashlights over the top of it. It extends a little ways in and just looks like corn, and then it just kind of tapers out.
all right,
all of our
let's
trails.
start walking towards the farmer.
circle is around us now.
So as you, yes, you're in the middle of now what looks like a pretty big circle, and there are like paths that go off of it in multiple directions and stuff.
Are the cloud vortex? Are we centered?
It's not like a perfect vortex. It's just like slightly moving in a circular pattern, but it's not like a swirl coming down or anything like that.
Do we seem to be centralized?
You would probably be pretty close to the middle of it, but it doesn't. It's not like. So it's basically like you look up and you see normal clouds, but in one section of those clouds, they're kind of just. They've got some cyclonic action, I guess is what. If a meteorologist were to look at it, he would say there might be a tornado starting, but there's no storm activity. And it is night. Well, on both sides now. It's night on both sides now, so that's like not quite as weird. You don't get a view of the moon at all. You can't see the moon anywhere. It's very dark, but it's not like a completely pitch black sky. You still see stars and stuff like that.
We need
They
to be tied
they seem to
together.
match
Does
up with what you would expect to see.
anybody have anything we could use?
Corn stalks.
That seems a little bit too. Do we have anything else?
Chucks. Ants.
Yeah, fortunately, you're not D&D characters that carry 150 feet of rope with you everywhere you go. So what are Michael and Jaeger doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What
You guys
just
still there?
happened? I'm here.
What just happened?
I'm not sure. I hope the
My
stream does
Zoom
it.
just like reconnected.
Yeah, I think Zoom
Yeah.
is.
Too.
Yeah.
Zoom
I
closed.
think Zoom
Yeah.
broke.
Must have been like a forced update or something.
Oh yeah, it did. It's being super weird now. I'll try something.
Oh, that's always fun.
Zoom looks okay. Except the people are in the wrong place. But
Yeah. gonna move people around now. Well, sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. I'm gonna fix it while we're live here.
Hey, we're
Give me
live.
a second. So Lester.
Amaze body swapped us. What?
Yeah, I don't really know
Got
why
zoomed.
that happened.
We got Freaky Friday.
There we go. Oh wait, nope. Is that right? Nope. God damn, this is complicated. No, you're reversed. I wish it wouldn't do the things that it does when it moves people around. All right, we're finally in the right spots. At least Twitch didn't go down. Sorry, everybody. We had some some technical issues with Zoom there. But everything else is working, so Zoom is
Musical
working again.
squares. Anyway,
Yep.
Anything at all. And I'm gonna.
oh, my shit rearranged too. I'm all confused. I'm looking at the wrong people. Yeah, Lester's got a bunch of cables on him. We can just unravel those.
Come on, let's give up the cables. You don't need them.
Yeah, is that
What-
camera
what?
really helping us here?
No.
He said no.
All right. On that note, Michael and Jaeger, what are you doing? That was the last question I was asking before Zoom died.
Heading to the
you're-
farmer.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're like trying to convince Lester to give up some of his cables to tie around themselves, and Jaeger and Michael, you get back in the car. Is that what you do?
I mean, if it's gonna take more than like a 5-minute walk, then yes, car.
Okay. Yeah, it would. So, because you had to drive all the way to the edge of the field, then down the road to the farmhouse. So, are you? I
You don't
have
even
to
know
ask.
how far it is.
Right, I have to ask Gideon. You have the keys to the van with you, I would assume.
Yeah, if Jane didn't need it.
Okay. Right. I mean, she's in the field with you, so.
I would have given it back to get it.
All right,
Yeah, we didn't get.
I was
that
making
far,
sure
but-
you don't like keep them there or something, so that Jaeger could get into the van. All right. So yeah,
I do
you
have
get back down in the
a
road.
roll
yeah.
of duct tape, so we can tie ourselves together with
There
duct
you
tape
go.
rope.
That works.
Your mic is popping a little bit. It's doing that like weird thing that it does sometimes.
okay.
You might need to do
I'm the
affinity.
scat man.
Anyway, so yeah, you take off down the road in your car. It's probably about a 5.5 to 10 minute drive, especially because it's dark, to try and find this unmarked road, because it's more of a driveway that's the length of a road than it is a road, right? To get to this farmhouse, but it's not too difficult. There are lights on in this pretty nice looking farmhouse. As I described it earlier, it looks like some fairly affluent farmers. It's extremely well taken care of. There's a John Deere tractor and a couple of pickup trucks in the driveway. You can see some fairly fresh, not skid, but like marks in the gravel where a truck or a van has like peeled out, like to scatter a bunch of the gravel. There are lights on inside the farmhouse. As I said, you could smell what smells to be probably like maybe apple pie baking. It's hard to say 100%, but definitely some kind of pie.
Maybe children pie.
Delicious either way.
It's nighttime, so I assume you had your headlights on when you were approaching.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you kind of get out of the car, you can see the door opens to the farmhouse, and an elderly gentleman who is holding a shotgun in his left hand. He yells out, "Hey, who the hell are you? Nothing but visitors all day." That's what he yells at you. What do you do? He's not pointed at you. He's just got it like hanging down. We can't hear you, Michael.
The three people come by earlier today?
He scratches his eyebrows at you for a moment. He just says, "Yeah, people all day. Is that all you want?"
I think they got lost in the maze.
Lost in the maze? By maze, I assume you mean
Corn.
Corn? Well, ain't nobody supposed to be in my field there.
He got jokes.
That's what it's called.
Farmer got jokes.
I assume you mean that fella earlier that was trying to film for that documentary?
No.
Who?
What?
The Jesus people.
You mean
He's a
that damn Mormon?
Yeah, that's the one.
For fuck's sakes. Oh. You say they're in there right now?
Well, his van was down the road a bit, so I assume so.
That's what I've ever heard.
He may have tried to cross your field in order to get to your house to use your phone.
He looks concerned for a moment and says, "I kicked them off my land. They're in there. There's gonna be a heap of trouble."
I don't disagree, sir.
He looks over at the field and he's just like, "I ain't going in there. I ain't going in there after him tonight." They can find their damn way out.
Is there an easier way to get them out?
Is there an easier way to get them out? It's a damn field they can walk out on their own.
I lost contact with them hours ago, so I believe they are truly lost. And
He scrunches
in
his
need of
brow,
assistance.
looks back over his shoulder a little bit. And you can see there's this kind of look comes over his face, like he's just like a resigned all of a sudden. It looks kind of down at like the floor of his interior of his house, if that makes sense. And he stomps real hard 3 times. And you're just kind of like, what the fuck's this guy doing? He waits there for a minute. He doesn't do anything. And then he just turns back towards you and goes, "Well, I ain't going to look for him. If you want to, it's fine." And he just closes the door.
What was that?
Someone in the basement?
Do I
What do you
smell
do?
anything aside from just the summery scent? Now that we're closer to the farm.
I mean, a lot of apple pie. Like a really strong scent of apple pie, because they were cooking an apple pie. They're baking them. So it's probably by far the strongest scent in the air. There's this earthy smell coming from the fields, like the fresh dirt and stuff like that. This really summery kind of scent.
Fresh graves.
There's also sort of it wasn't there before, but there is a mustiness kind of in the air that you might associate with like a wildlife, like a bear or something like that. But it doesn't smell like it's coming from the house.
I smell the pie and maybe some
Pie smell is definitely coming from the house.
cows.
Minotaur urine.
There's definitely cows around, and you do hear the occasional cow. They're probably not in a field anymore. They're probably brought into like a interior space somewhere. But
I wouldn't
cows are
wanna leave
loud.
a fresh baked pie either, so I can't blame him. But I'm going to use a move. It's called Trust Your Gut.
Okay. By the way, it is 10:30. I was gonna go probably no later than 11:30. So like maybe another hour tops. Go ahead. Explain to me what you're doing. Remember, to do it, you got to do it, but just for some.
Well, I mean, since I don't really know where to go or what to do, I'm literally trusting my gut to tell me where to go.
Okay. So you kind of
relying on my
sternly look over the area and nod.
hunter instincts from good family breeding or something along those lines.
Rely on your years of training, whatever it might be. All right, go ahead and make your roll. All right, go ahead and tell me the thing.
Oh, hey, it worked.
Your move reference.
I'm trying, but it's being weird.
I mean, I already pulled it up, but okay, on a 10 or more, the keeper will tell you where you should go. Wherever that is, it will be important. You get +1 ongoing on the way to this place. Okay. Middle of that field.
All right. I'll just... Michael, with me. And I'll pull a shotgun out of the car and tuck it under my coat and head off into the field.
Okay. I'll say this. You approach the field. You turn around, take one last look at the farmhouse before you head into the field, and you can see some of those lights turning off in the farmhouse. And then you, it looks as though like one of the lights was like a moving light, like a television set or something like that was playing. That turns off as well. And then you step into the field. And within a few feet of stepping into the field, you can't see the house anymore behind you at all. It's dark, but it was already dark, so it's not that transition like that they went through during the day. It's just not really there. So you probably don't immediately take notice of the kind of slightly swirling clouds overhead. But given that you did all this research and stuff, you probably know to look for a lot of signs of some of these pagan rites and things like that. Because you do have that context now that nobody else in here did. So looking for some of those signs of pagan rites and things like that, it's not immediately evident, but this corn is certainly, if you had to associate it with something pretty unnatural, and a lot of the things seem to line up that this is probably a sacrifice, right? And a lot of those that you read about earlier are on cycles, but they're all kinds of, they're all over the place. Sometimes it's like 100-year cycle, and sometimes it's like, you know, and sometimes it's not even the sacrifices aren't necessarily even a death, like it's not even killing a person. Sometimes it's like giving a person over to one of these either the gods, or depending on what the things are. You have context to know that some of the things that are gods really aren't gods, if that makes sense. The term god is kind of like a misnomer for a lot of things. A lot of these things are just like weird creatures, like even like fairies and stuff, even, right?
Yeah, this thing's got mystical powers I can't explain. It's a deity.
Right. So there's a lot of that kind of going on, but it seems to line up with some of the pagan rites and stuff that you read about. Whether what kind it is, you don't know, but if it is related to the Greek ones that you saw, the ancient Greek rites, a lot of those do involve death of the sacrifices, and some of those actually tie to the myth of the guardians. So sometimes the guardian has to continually do something like bathe in human blood, or eat the flesh of humans, or whatever the sacrifice might be, or do this thing to just to exist for, in some form. For a Minotaur, it might be the shape changing, or it might be to that they have to. You don't know is what I'm getting at, but they do seem to be violent rituals that end in death.
So the evidence around me points to violence.
Points to pagan rites that would suggest if they are. So the pagan rite, so basically it's confirmation that the pagan rite thing you found earlier, you were suspecting. And so because of you also suspect these are these ancient Greek ones related potentially to the guardian of the Minotaur because of the labyrinth, the Venn diagram there is that these are violent ones, if that makes sense. Basically context you would get now that you're in the field.
You're muted.
All right. While walking through the field, I'll be explaining pretty much all of that to Michael.
Okay.
I'll have my magnum drawn and at the ready.
All right. Well, you have a +1 ongoing. So I was gonna say, the gun thing. You're not doing the gun thing to find them or anything like that at this point. But after walking a ways in and it starts to get really thick, that path does open up before you a little bit. And it kind of, that gives you this confirmation that, okay, this is probably a labyrinth. I'm going to let you roll a sharp to try and find the middle of the field and find them, basically. And you have +1.
A maze.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Ew.
Yeah, you get exactly what you want. So, like, you within like 20 minutes of wandering here in the maze, at this point, you hear this bickering in the middle of the field about duct tape, and a moment later, stepping from, like, I guess Gideon and Lester and Jane, you hear the corn rustling, which you've heard before for it moving, but this time it sounds like some stalks are even breaking and stuff. And you look over to one of the sides at one of the circles. You see some of the corn moving.
Here it comes, boys.
A few
Get
crunching
your weapons
steps,
ready.
and then Jaeger steps out.
Mr. Toten!
Oh,
Jaeger,
Almost
thank
shot
goodness.
Oh, you came to rescue us. Thank the Lord.
Sort of like slinging the shotgun up onto the shoulder.
But how do we get out of
Dumb
here?
idea. You got shoelaces, don't you?
We got duct tape.
Get the shoelaces if you want a rope. Anyways, yes, I've brought Michael. We've come to save you. It's probably a
Mr. Ward.
Minotaur.
How was work?
Minotaur.
We haven't
Had a
found
beer.
those kids.
Nice.
Oh, that does sound nice. You didn't get any raises or anything, did you? That would be cool.
You're at work.
Afterward.
Anyway, let's
Said
get the
you
hell
knew
out
the
of here.
way?
Wait, what?
Any
you're
idea where
saying
this
either way.
Minotaur might be?
On that note, you hear this rustling in the corn as each of these paths that you see around you get cut off. And you hear a very guttural animal-like sound coming from deep within the corn. It kind of seems like it's echoing from all the different directions for a brief moment.
Just so you know, that mostly got minimized.
Okay, well, I was just making bull sounds. So these big sounds, these big bull sounds. I'm a bull.
Jaeger, one of the cows must have followed you in.
And you hear a.
So where is that Minotaur? And where would he be?
He's banging, thundering, almost like the earth is shaking for a brief moment. Let me do something.
Don't think he wants to talk.
Rack the shotgun.
I load
We
my
need to
rifle.
try to get his horn.
I think we should just worry about trying to not die first.
We need to try to get his horn. The circle requests it.
I wonder if this Minotaur has ever had to face against bullets.
Where is it? Hold on, it's in a different place.
All the stories I ever heard, there was just like swords.
Gideon, this is very important. I need you to run and get my armor. It's in the back of the van.
I
It's
can't
in
believe
the
you
back
came in
of
here
the-
without your armor.
It's in the back of the van.
Why would you
Go
come in
grab
here
it.
into this magical cornfield without your armor?
I don't know why I came out at all.
I don't either, to be honest. Now we're all stuck in here. We're in trouble now. The Minotaur's stuck in here with us. I'm going to use a move. Panic button.
All right, hold on.
When I need to escape.
We're actually in combat now. This is we're in combat order. There's no initiative, as you know, 'cause it's not like normal D&D the way that works. But I announce a thing to you, and it gets bounced back and forth. But so you hear this heavy clomping, and it seems to be getting louder and louder, and you can't quite tell the direction that it's coming from until bursting through the side of this circular wall, this huge form, 8.5, 9 feet tall, muscled from the waist down, entirely covered in fur from the waist up. There are patches of fur, but showing this huge human-like torso, this bull-like head, 2 red eyes glowing, these enormous horns tipped with little bits of silver as they catch the light very slightly as it lowers its head down. A breath of what looks to be fire pours out of its nostrils, illuminating the interior space. Our camera from above sees this scene. You kind of circling around this circle, the Minotaur breathing this fire, and it just illuminating the space with these similar, very familiar flashes of light that we saw as the 2 teenagers disappeared.
You didn't tell me you could breathe fire.
Making a move to start things off, it lowers its head. It charges for the closest person.
I fire
Which
my
is-
rifle.
Oh, sorry,
which is
Gideon.
gonna be. First of all, I have to choose which one of you is the closest. So I'm just gonna have all 4 of you, all 5 of you roll a just a d6, and we'll just have whoever rolls the lowest is the one that gets targeted. And if there's a tie, you'll just reroll.
Rollies.
Roll these. Oh, gross. What the fuck?
Bro, it's fun.
Still missing one.
Your faith protects you.
My magic underwear.
Okay, so yeah, it's
Temple
Gideon.
garments.
Gideon, it lowers its head and begins charging directly towards you. These
Ah,
horns
Heavenly Father, up above,
outstretched.
protect me.
Granted, what do you do?
I pray. He's charging me.
Yeah, he's making an attack on you. I'm setting up a soft move. You have to do a thing to respond to that. And depending on what you tell me you do, we check, hey, is that a move or not? If no, we see what happens. If yes, we do the rules check. If there's a roll involved, etc. And then see what happens from that. You guys back.
I'm gonna, like, Toro this guy. I'm gonna Dark Souls roll away from this. This charge
Nice.
attack.
Okay. So that sounds like, what is it? The hunter move. Not kick some ass, but act under pressure.
Okay. Do that. Being under pressure.
9, mixed success.
Oh Lord!
On a 7 and 9, the keeper is going to give you a worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. Which one do you want?
What is the choices?
A worse outcome. You're trying to dive out of the way and not get hit by this thing, basically.
Yeah.
So you choose. Do you want a worse outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay?
I'll do a hard choice.
Okay. You can move out of the way just fine. If you do, Jane is gonna get hit instead.
You son of a bitch.
If you had said anyone else, I was hoping you said Lester.
Supposed to be a hard choice, baby.
Oh man, you're not wearing your armor. I'm thinking about jumping out of the way, and then I see Jane behind me, and I say, "Stand back! Stand behind me, Miss Meyer!" And then I jump out of the way. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
And then I brace to try and catch his horns.
Okay. So, well, unfortunately, that's not how this works. You try to do it. You go to get it. You think you've got this. You're like, I've got it. This is gonna happen. I'm
protecting you,
fucking
Miss Meyer.
Hercules. That's what's happening in your head right now. This Mormon Hercules. This image of yourself. You're gonna do it.
Heavenly Father.
He crashes into you, and everything just goes black for a minute as you take 3 harm.
Holy moly!
It's forceful and knocks you back 15 feet. You slam into the wall of corn and roll through it, coming to still on your back.
Oh god!
The Minotaur turns his attention away from the now flown away Gideon towards Jane, who is right there. Right in front.
My mental movie theater just pulled up a clip of BattleBots. Just like a flipper bot just catapulting Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like pool or something, right? Like you're a ball and the other ball just comes in and you're just like, you fly away. And now there's just a Minotaur standing there who turns his attention to Jane. Jane, he snorts out this bit of flame as he makes eye contact with you, and you hear a guttural voice, and it just says,
Sorry,
we told you to leave.
Me? Oh,
told you. Of course, as a farmer.
It essentially leans in like this, pulls its arms back and leans in like this, not charging you, but instead you just see that little bit of flame that's come out, extend and rush out like a flamethrower straight towards you. What do you do?
The psychopath doing.
You eat that fire.
I saw this. I knew this was gonna happen because I was telling the future, you know.
Yeah. I figured you were gonna.
So I'm going to preemptively prevent this attack.
Okay.
That's my one and only hold.
That's your hold. So I'll say what happens then as this flame is breathed out into that spot, knowing exactly kind of this premonition of, oh wait, it's going to be right here. You manage to just kind of roll underneath it, and he doesn't quite expect it as he's kind of blinded temporarily by this huge flame in his face. And when the flame ceases, you're just not standing there anymore. And he looks around confused as you're to his right. He snorts again in anger, kind of seems to lose track of who you were for that brief moment. Turns around, kind of sees you there, and then I gotta do my monster move. 1 second here. Where's it at? Monster move. There it is. Okay. He says in this voice, let me see if I can make this, maybe this will help.
I'm so dead in this bush.
You're lucky.
I'm the lucky
You got blown clear.
I know he didn't breathe fire on me at least.
Now you can run up from behind and grab him and keep his head steady.
Put the Bible down his throat.
For more than 2,000 years I have walked this earth, and you think you will be the ones to finish me? Even in the lands of Creek, they were not so blind.
This is the Minotaur.
That's what he says. That's all he says.
It's not
do
just
you
a
do?
Minotaur.
So anyway, I started blasting. Yes.
Okay. So to pass it off here, Jane, you just had your thing. I'm gonna throw it to either. I'm gonna go down this order here actually. So let's do. Where's that? Yeah, so it would be Jaeger. Jaeger, then we'll bounce to Lester.
So I
and then
started
Michael.
blasting.
Okay. So yeah, he says this. What do you do, Jaeger?
Creech didn't have shotguns, and just pow.
Okay. I would say at this point you are at close range, right? You're not at intimate range. You're at close range, and so yeah, I'm gonna allow you. I'll allow you to do it without doing a kick some ass. I'll let you do that with a act under pressure roll. So go ahead.
Nice.
Okay, that's a success.
Kaboom!
Oh man, all these successes tonight.
So this shotgun rings out. You guys have been firing guns in here the whole time, so that's no surprise. What's the damage and everything on it, please?
It says 3 harm. Close,
harm.
messy, loud.
Close, messy. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know what messy means, but
So it hits him, and you can see he kind of like it's a tag that matters for certain. If it matters, it matters. If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. In this situation, it's not going to matter a whole lot. But it hits him like square in the chest, and you can see he staggers back a bit. But it definitely didn't do the amount of damage you would have expected a shotgun to do. You didn't see like flesh blown apart the way you shot a human-looking torso, and it's just like a couple spots of blood on it, basically. And you just hear this guttural laugh as it lowers its head and begins to charge straight towards you. What do you do, Michael? Or sorry, what do you do, Lester? Lester than Michael.
Call the police.
I'm gonna contact one of my net friends.
You guys, you'll never believe this.
just take photos.
Just take pictures. Yeah. I call this a selfie, and I turn around. I am going to. Okay, I might die. I'm gonna pull out my garrote. I'm gonna jump on this.
I love it.
I'm gonna jump on the Minotaur's back and see if I can strangle it. Cut its fucking pull that gorilla through its neck. I'm just gonna
Off his
fucking.
Minotaur head off.
I'm on the back and I'm just yanking this
Sounds
wire
like you're
through
trying
its
to
fucking.
kick some ass. So
I'm
ahead.
gonna kick its fucking ass.
Yeah. Die, you
You're on my
alien
wall.
bastard.
You can see the head of a Minotaur. That's just a bull head. You didn't see its body.
All right, what do I do here?
I would have appreciated
this
if you
is
tried to
a
grow it
12.
off his horn instead, but go ahead.
That's not gonna work. I have more faith in this than that.
No, it's stroking. Okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, well, I got an XP.
ooh, baby.
I leveled up, guys, if I
Sucks.
live.
No, you level up right away.
Yeah, you level up immediately. Even if it's just seconds before you die.
I would suggest the one. I would suggest the one that makes you immortal.
That's a good one. Get that playbook, yeah.
The amount, unfortunately, you can't change playbooks yet. You're not that advanced.
Hey, you can take a move.
You can take
from
a-
All right,
the
hold on.
playbook.
Can I gain a haven right here where I am?
That's not how that works.
Oh, shit.
Establish stages again.
Alright.
Time rating of your weapon. All right. So, oh, here we go. Okay. So yeah, you jump on its back with this garrote, ready to get around its neck. The thing you weren't anticipating is A, how strong this thing is, but B, just how big these damn horns are. You're like, you're unable to quite get your arms even around them, and it's almost like he knew you were doing it. He doesn't turn towards you or anything. He like immediately detected it and just slams his head back like this, coming into contact with you like right on your face. So you basically have your nose broken. Just blood squirts down, covers your shirt, and you take 3 harm and are thrown backwards.
Twinsies with Gideon.
And it just laughs at that point.
Horns,
And
horns are an
and continues
impediment to a
its-
good grow.
It's fair. And
Maybe
continues
that's why they
its,
had them.
continues its charge
That's why they had him. You're
at,
right.
at Jaeger. Since he was not interrupted, Jaeger, that was a soft move that was not interrupted, so it has now become a hard move. You are slammed into by the horns and take 3 harm as you are knocked prone.
Does he have like one of them little nose piercings?
I would say, like, at close examination, since you got slammed right in the face by him, you probably could see that, like, there's like a hole, like where it was pierced, but there's nothing hanging in it now.
Ah, someone beat me to the punch.
You took it out for battle.
But anyway, so he now, having slammed you back and then charged Jaeger, lets out this bellowing laugh and just says,
It's been a while since I've had to stretch my legs.
and then turns towards Michael and essentially snorts a couple times, and you see this flame stretch out from him, and he begins to bellow back. What do you do?
Why is he guarding this
Oh.
corn?
Take some shots at his legs,
Okay. With
popping off the magnum.
Your magnum. He is mid-charge towards you right now. So because it's you charging him and you shooting him as he's charging you, this is going to be a kick some ass roll, but with the damage of your magnum. So go ahead and do a kick some ass. Ooh,
Oh
that's a good
shit.
one. All right, kick some ass. The amount of harm is based on a 10 plus. You choose one extra effect. Okay. Yeah, so he inflicts damage on you and you inflict damage on him, but you get to choose one of these extra effects. You gain the advantage, so take +1 forward or give +1 forward to another hunter. You inflict terrible harm, so +1 harm. you suffer less harm, so -1 harm, or you force them where you want them. What would you like?
Is the +1 forward just for the next roll, or is it
For the
like-
fight.
I'll take that.
Oh no, it is just, you're right, it's just for the next roll. It's forward, not ongoing, sorry. Ongoing is the whole fight.
Then I'll reduce his damage by 1.
Okay. So he breathes this flame across your form. It's awful and feels not like normal flame. It's sort of like when you're, I don't know how much you've practiced with Jane, whenever she's done sort of a magical flame that just seems to like cut past everything. It's very similar to that. It burns almost white hot at its core, but as these little orange flicks come up from the edges as you are slammed by this, but fire off your shot at the exact same time. What's your damage?
3 harm.
3 harm, okay. All right. You're kind of temporarily blinded by this fire that just envelops you for a moment. You stumble backwards, but you got this shot off, and you can see there's a single bullet hole in his chest. He's gritting his teeth a bit. It hurt him. It didn't like do as much as you would have expected. You've shot stuff before, but it certainly hurt him some. But you can kind of see he's like, ah, and the bullet just like falls out. But it's not like it's healed over. It's still bleeding a little bit. He did do harm to you though, so you take well, including the -1 that you did, it would be 2 harm. So you take 2 harm. And keep in mind, if you have natural armor or whatever from your monstrous thing, you only get that when you're transformed. Alright, so anyway, you take 2 harm. Then he kind of, he's already sort of in this battle mode, right? Where he's enjoying the sport of it. Now that he's taking a little bit of damage, there's a little bit of blood that drops from his mouth, but not much. And he's sort of, you could, if a bull face could smile, this one is.
Let's try reasoning with him.
It lowers its head down towards Jane, who has stepped out of the way previously, and begins charging. What do you do, Jane?
I'm gonna shoot it.
Oh, it is your turn actually. So yeah, it actually is your turn then, Jane. So like
I see him going for Jane, and I'm just gonna
you do see him going for Jane
and aim, and I'm gonna try and I'm gonna shoot him in the eyeball if I can.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know what you got going on here. Okay. I'll let you know what you got going on here. First of all, if you shoot at him with an act under pressure, you can potentially do the damage to him, but that won't protect Jane in any way. But if you instead try to protect Jane, you can protect someone.
Yeah.
But that has repercussions all its own too. So anyway, I just wanted you to see that those are all available.
Is this so? This isn't a okay. Help action is a something else. I'm looking at my power of heart ability.
So help out. Okay, yes, help out is a move. Protect someone is also a move. If that's what you're asking. Those are base.
So if you help
moves.
someone, don't roll cool.
Yeah, that's help out.
Okay.
Protect someone uses tough.
It's like literally like jumping in the way and like taking the hit instead of me.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'm gonna do it.
Okay, so you can't just protect somebody by shooting them. You will have to like stand up and like get in there.
I'm gonna run and I'm gonna try and dive into it.
All right. Well, that's a
body tackle.
That's so just do the roll. Just protect someone.
All right.
Oh, well, you get an XP.
Hey, I leveled up.
Let's see. When you harm for another character, roll plus tough on a 7+. You protect them, okay, but you'll suffer some or all the harm they were going to get on a 10+. choose an extra. So okay, so you basically just don't do anything, and she still takes the damage.
Oh.
So you charge over him, and basically like he just kind of smacks you aside with his arm. It doesn't do any damage to you. It just knocks you back down on your butt, like straight where you were. You're just kind of like, damn it. He doesn't even like turn to look at you. He just does that and then does his charge straight at Jane, who is caught unawares. Jane, you take 3 harm and are knocked prone.
That's ever lived.
It laughs once again. Looks back to you, Gideon.
They're becoming annoying.
Have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
And it goes in. This time its mouth is open, like it intends to bite you, not charge you. And it runs in.
I'm gonna put my book in his mouth.
Okay. So yeah, I just set up a move. It's doing a move against you. That's a soft move. You're gonna try and stop him by sticking your book in his mouth. So I will let you try to do that with a act under pressure roll.
Okay. Oh Lord up above, help me. Our Heavenly Father.
Okay, you do exactly what you want. So you
Yes.
stick the book in his mouth, and it's just like it pulls the book free from your hand, and it's just
No.
It takes a couple steps back and threads the book, but you're unharmed.
No.
You can get
And then
another
he
book.
just.
I look down and I look up and I say, "You're gonna pay for that." And then like Gideon, like his hair starts floating.
Little rocks start floating up all around you. Just start screaming for 3 episodes.
Okay, all right, that was cool. That worked out.
Yeah, that definitely worked out for you. Because he does a lot of damage with his bite. So, okay, well, at that rate, he's gonna kind of spit that out and look pretty frustrated. You kind of fall back. You're looking down at your book. Say what you just said to him. And he snorts, spitting out pages of his book. He's a bit distracted for a second. Then let me get into my monster move. One sec. There we go. Oh, okay. So at this point, he takes a step back, and you hear this sound of the corn moving. The same sound that you heard as it would rearrange the maze. And you're all filled, like your vision is just filled with corn as it becomes dense around you for the time being. As you can hear him moving throughout the corn, approaching one of you, who, it's hard to tell, but he is definitely approaching one of you. What do you do, Jane?
I will basically.
It's a stealth attack, basically, is what he's doing. So.
Wait, the Minotaur? This is something else.
This is the Minotaur. Yes, he made he made the corn grow up all around you, so he has stealth, and he's doing his stealth in the labyrinth thing.
I am gonna stand back up and have my mace ready to whack him in the head if I get the opportunity.
Okay. I'll allow that to be like a read a bad situation, I guess. Yeah, and I'll let you do the advanced version. Or not the advanced version. Sorry, I was thinking about the investigative mystery. Go ahead. What question you were asking?
I was to say, what's the best way to protect the victims?
Okay. Okay, well, because of the context of the thing, what you rolled, I would say swinging your mace to your right, because he's coming for you.
All right. We'll do
That's
that.
a mix. That's a mixed success. So I am going to do a little bit of something here. Okay, yeah, I'll do that with his monster move thing. So don't worry about that. But go ahead and if you want to, you can do a kick some ass to your right to try and. I mean, if you succeed, you will probably hit him and stop him from attacking you with his hard move.
Succeed.
All right, that's a success.
Get some.
So as a kick some ass move, on 11. All right, so yeah, you get to do one of those extras. So do you want to +1 forward, +1 forward to somebody else, inflict terrible harm, suffer less harm, or force them where you want them?
I'm gonna. So do I suffer? I get hit right now.
Yeah, you're gonna be hit. It's a kick some ass.
So I'm gonna suffer one less harm.
Okay.
Well, okay. Do I? All right. I'm gonna inflict terrible harm, making a total of 4 damage to him.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm trying again. I'm trying to hit him on the head. Maybe break off a horn? Who's to say? Who's to say?
Nothing can break the horn of a
All right, what's
But
your
that's
damage?
4.
So 4
Thanks
total.
to my training. My ancient fighting arts training. Yes, 4 total.
So that's actually perfect. So he comes in charging from it. You hear, well, for the session, I mean, for the timing of everything. So you hear the sound approach, and you're like, "Who's he coming for? Who's he coming for? Oh shit, it's me!" And you swing your mace to your right, just as you hear the sound approaching, just ripping through the corn at incredible speed. The first thing you see is the horns, and then the face of this minotaur. You have your mace come straight across. It slams him in the face, hits him for considerable damage. He kind of stumbles back a bit. It does hit his horn a bit, and it does seem to chip a little bit. They're not like impervious horns. It does seem to chip a little bit, but if it would have been a normal cow, if it had been a normal cow, you probably would have just broke it off or whatever. But you do that. There's kind of, we see this slow motion spray of, oh hey, thanks for the follow, Blood Elf. Haha, nice name. I don't know why I said blued.
Blued. Because that's how it's spelled in English is strange.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. But yeah, I get that it's Blood Elf. Thanks for the follow. Anyway, we see this like slow motion spray of the little chips of horn flying and kind of catching the light from the fire that just comes out of his nostrils slightly. It's a perfect hit. You do, however, catch the other horn to the stomach and are gored and thrown to the side. You take 3 harm. Keep in mind you can use luck to avoid it.
Oh, can't afford it. That perfect.
Somebody's gonna want to start spending luck at some point in this game.
I'm sure by perfect hit you mean that the chips go perfectly into the envelope that was in my
That's
breast
not what I
pocket.
meant.
Is that what you're saying? No. Okay.
You don't Jar Jar Binks it, but you do
All right.
manage to hit the horn.
All right.
He kind of staggers a bit after that. It was unexpected, completely unexpected. Looks towards you, spits out this blood.
Fire my rifle
more
at him.
impressive than I expected.
But hold on, it's not your turn yet, but it will be. It's you then her, so you're the last one to go from this perspective.
I didn't get to go though before you skipped me.
No, I didn't. You went. You just fucked up. That was like you interrupted the first.
Oh,
one.
that was still this turn. Oh wow.
And that
All
played out.
sorts of
Yeah,
times.
and then he attacked her again. So yes, but trust me, I got the flowchart here. You're good. But anyway, so you're slammed to the ground after taking this hit. He spits out this blood, and the stalks of corn just kind of lower down around you, revealing this circle again, but also some of these paths off the side. And coming out of the side of one of these paths is the elderly farmer, Nikos,
Oh.
with a shotgun in his hand.
Oh, Jesus.
He screams out at the top of his lungs, "Stay away from my daddy!" And aims his shotgun at the group to fire. And that's what we'll pick up next time.
This guy's gonna get shot.
I love it. This is how we're gonna get him.
Wait, so his dad's the Minotaur, the old farmer?
That's what he said.
Ancient Greece is a fucked up place.
Called him son, stumbling when you first met him.
Correct. All right. Well, that's it for today's session. But we're running a little bit late, so I don't want to do like a super long, end of session thing for the. I can't. I'm brain farting it now. The favorite moments. There we go. Took a minute to get that one out for some reason. So I don't want to do a super long one, but we'll do a quick one. So everybody try and keep it a little short. But who wants to go first? And I'll help guide you through it.
I'll go. Shoot.
All right, Gideon, what was your favorite Jane moment?
Favorite Jane moment. Favorite Jane moment. I'm trying to remember. There was something that you did in the very beginning that I really liked. I think, I don't know. I think that everyone did a really good job of setting the scene up, like painting the picture, so to speak. And I think Jinx did exceptionally well at that. Venom, I think, painted some pretty elaborate pictures with very few words tonight, and I really enjoyed that. I'm trying to remember the one that triggered that thought earlier because it was towards the beginning. I'll remember it later. But
all right, favorite Jaeger moment.
Favorite Jaeger moment. I really liked him playing that role again, the Bobby role, sitting back at the headquarters and digging through the tomes. I thought that was fucking perfect. That was so cool. Yeah, I really felt it. That was nice.
Favorite Michael moment.
Favorite Michael moment? Definitely gonna have to be how he dealt with work. That was funny as hell. You got to raise. You got to raise.
Yeah, you got to raise the end. That's what I was thinking out of my head. I was like, you know what? If he doesn't go to this thing, I'm going to reward him on the job, right?
It was so good.
Yeah,
it was so good.
Pretty fun.
I was thinking about that for a while.
Right,
you know he's a good worker.
Yeah, you know he's a good worker. If you actually like, in Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the later seasons after she's graduated and stuff, she becomes a construction worker. And there's like all these scenes of her just like carrying a giant steel beam and stuff.
He commented on Michael being able to lift more than half the dudes.
Yeah, that's where my head was at with him. Funny. I was like, he's probably pretty fucking good at this job, isn't he? Just like driving nails with his hand.
Right. Yeah, when no one's looking. Yeah. Lester, again, I just super love the way that Lester thinks. Like seeing how Mad Cow makes decisions based on Lester's like thought processes is so entertaining, and just all the way you're utilizing the gadgets is perfect for and you're playing your character very well, man. Like just the way that you utilize your resources in front of you for the like benefit of everything is like spot on. Like definitely what we need.
Favorite GM moment.
Favorite GM moment. I thought you had a lot of really nice descriptions tonight. You did a really great job describing the cornfield when we first started getting lost. Like I was there, you know what I mean? I could see it all. I thought that was really cool. And spooky too. Like I could feel the fear of like the walls closing in and everything, and like turning around and it's thicker than it was going forward now. I really enjoyed that. That was such a cool part. That was fun.
If you hadn't figured it out, the The Minotaur has control over his labyrinth. He can make it be any shape and stuff he wants, etc. So that actually goes back to the old legends, where like literally the stone walls would change. I just made it a cornfield here.
That's great though.
All right, so who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right, so favorite Gideon moment.
Well, favorite Gideon moment would be when he, tried to defeat the Minotaur with Jesus.
That's pretty funny.
That was definitely my favorite part. With Jane, I just like, it's not a specific thing, but I enjoy how Venom always plays Jane very calm. It's just always this kind of like calming aspect, kind of diametrically opposed to Lester a lot of times, which is a lot of fun to kind of play with. With Michael, I agree. Obviously he was at work most of the session, but I like how he kind of like was walking towards us because he's like, oh, something must be important, right? And then we're like, yeah, crop circles. He's just like, what?
I'm trying to keep my job here, guys. That was good.
With Jaeger, I liked when they found the van and Jaeger was just like, empty van.
Yeah.
Guess we gotta keep going.
Yeah.
And my favorite DM moment was Deputy Dave, early on, how he wasn't mad with Jane, just disappointed. Walked away disappointed in Jane, which is understandable. It's hard to be mad at Jane.
I have some ideas around him and like what he knows and like what he thinks about you guys and stuff is going on and shit. He's like obviously trying to investigate you guys on some level, but at the same time, you can clearly tell he doesn't think you like are murdering teenagers either. So
Right.
he's just like, what the fuck is going on? Why would you be involved with Lester, right? Like the fact that like somebody that seems respectful to him or respectable to him is like showing up with Lester at this thing after all that. He's just like, oh, for fuck's sakes. But we'll get more of him later. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and go. So my favorite Gideon moment was probably, I know this is kind of silly, but like everybody's gonna say the thing where you stuck the book in its mouth. I thought that was really funny. But my favorite moment was actually you going and getting slushies at the thing, because I just like that you've maintained that, and then like the fact that we were like, can we use the term slushy? Like,
Yeah.
and that was an out of character moment, but it was really, I did think that was very funny. I actually really liked the scene with Jane early on with David as well, Deputy David as well. Just like how you set that up, and then kind of like we had that scene with the envelope, like pulling it back and forth, and then you didn't reveal to him the thing, and he's just like disappointed, and you immediately turn around, and also how you described your current setup there at the table. I thought that was really cool. As for Michael, it would be I mean, of course, because you were mostly at work tonight, it was basically just you trying to be responsible, but I like that you added this like frustration with them, with like you're trying to help maintain control over the beast within you. It's not like you were like, oh, these assholes, I'm gonna claw up their car. It was like, you're a werewolf, so you're having a hard time controlling your anger sometimes in a kind of a Hulk way, but you did. It just ended up in like a scratch on the van. I thought that was really cool. And then in Jaeger, I thought the scene where you came back to the van but stood on top of it, that was the part I really liked. And you were like trying to shine flashlights in the field and all this stuff. I thought that was a cool thing. But I also really liked when you showed up and you were like, why don't you just tie your shoelaces together? that was really good.
Holding my shoes on my feet.
And then Lester, your whole thing with oh no, my thing just stopped. I hope the stream is still going. It looks like it is. Not on my tablet though. But anyway, so the thing that yeah, check and see if it's still going on your screens. But
It is
okay.
for me.
But the scene that you had, even that, like right there at the end, you didn't have a full scene with David or anything, right? With the deputy, but there was this moment where you like, as soon as you saw him, you're like, hey Dave, you know, like trying to be over your family with him, and he's just like, ah. So I like that you've kept that up. I also liked that the way that you started out everything was they're here with no context at all. I thought that was really great. Yeah, who wants to go next? All right, go ahead. Just start with Jane, or start with Gideon, then Jane. It doesn't matter. You
To
just do
lump
whatever.
Gideon, Jane, and Lester all together, I actually really liked the trio, like this whole episode so far, because Jane's the straight shooter, pretty intelligent, making good decisions, but kind of still ends up in these bad situations because Gideon's noobishness and Lester's like paranoia, like we could go do it.
Yeah, we did kind of get a little bit of like a Three Stooges
That's a great dynamic.
situation going on for a little bit in the middle of the episode, without like Michael's brawn and Jaeger's experience there to kind of rein it in. It was just like to make a Critical Role reference, kind of like the Chaos Crew a little bit.
Chaos Crew.
Yeah, that was great. Any others? Favorite Jaeger moment and favorite GM moment?
The quip with the shotgun was pretty good.
Oh, that was good. I did like that the
Minotaur.
Creations didn't have shotguns or whatever. Which that reminds me of of something awesome. But go ahead. What's your favorite GM moment? And I'll tell you the thing that reminds me of that was awesome.
Kind of picking out a just for the setting for the monster. Like,
Oh.
yeah, it never crossed my mind to just be like, yeah, Minotaur, a corn maze, farmers. Like you always picture the traditional things for where they're like stuck in. So to kind of have them in like a modern setting's kind of different, and I liked that.
Yeah, that was fun. For myself there, it was a fun kind of bait and switch to like set up this UFO-y looking thing and then be like, it's not, and you're going to have to figure out why it's not. Yeah, there's going to be some of that going on for sure in this game. I was going to say, like, the shotgun quip reminds me a lot of the movie / book, originally the book, the Time Machine, right? That story was very popular, and president at the time, Teddy Roosevelt, liked it, and he wrote the author saying how much he liked the story and stuff, but he proposed a solution to it. He's like, they could have just brought shotguns from the past and they would have been able to kill all the Morlocks.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
So, kind of in line with some presidential advice there, I guess. But anyway, who wants to go next? I think it's just
I
you
guess
left,
I'm up.
right? Oh no, it's you
Yeah.
and then Venom. Go ahead.
I'll start with the GM. I liked the way you described the extra stuff happening, like little clues, like on the police scanner, and like Paddington's van going up the street, and then coming back later because he got turned away.
And the skid marks and the driveway.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I love it.
Yes, trying to help you piece together what's happened without you being there to,
Yeah,
leave the evidence behind.
can still like just picture it happening and playing
Right.
out.
We'll see more of how that all plays out next session, because he's still out there doing stuff. He still says he's going to crack this case.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
For Lester, it was when he gets into the shop and he's like, aliens. You know, it's just like,
That's awesome.
it's not aliens. And
Oh, there was a thing you said there that was really great, where you were like, "Oh, Lester's on that again," or whatever. I can't remember what it was. Or he's in that mood again.
He's in one of those moods. Yeah.
Yeah,
because
that was
like
good.
I imagine he's always looking for aliens,
Right.
and just every now and then be like, "What about this? It could be aliens." And it's like,
It's
nah.
never aliens.
I'm
so
really anticipating and loving the build up to when it actually is aliens and he gets to shove that in my face. I'm gonna love it. But for Michael, it was the beer. Like
that
he
was good.
accepted it, he clinked the glass, he turned around and just like, "Urgh," just like manly,
He
just
went-
ripped the
Yeah.
bottle thing off with his nail.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That was cool.
And then
And then he came over to your tailor shop and sat there for 3.5 hours waiting for you to get
Yeah.
shit out.
just relaxing. Like,
I
yep.
just imagine him being like bored and like flipping through your ties and drinking a beer.
For Jane, it's the moment where they're getting ready to go into the cornfield, and she's like, "Do I take the armor? Do I leave it? I want it. Do I need it?" It's just like that dilemma of, do I look like an idiot and wear it, or can I get away without it?
God, I wish I had the.
Well, if you live through this,
I
maybe
love
you'll have
it.
more
I love
context
it.
to put it on later.
Yeah.
And then for Gideon, it's those nunchucks. He keeps going after those nunchucks. He's like, "Yeah, these will work."
This will do it.
I love
That
that.
shit cracks me up. I love it.
Yeah, imagine that's what you were trying to, like, when you were trying to dive on him and protect Jane and stuff. I imagine you had your
Jane, yeah.
nunchucks out, like,
Yeah.
trying to smack, and it's like ignoring it.
Throws me off. Yeah. Both times.
That was pretty good. I do also like that when you came at the Minotaur a couple times there, and you rolled so bad, and he's in such a good position. He's just like literally doesn't even look at you, just swing backhands you.
I just keep jumping back on him. Like, he's like, "All right, now you're a problem."
That's why he was like, "Oh, you're starting to get annoyed."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
All right,
Oh,
Venom.
Lord.
Yeah, like this episode, I think this was certainly a perfect Lester episode. It's like aliens. It's got like the Paddington guy, and then it's like it's not actually aliens, so it fits right into like the whole paranoia thing. And then we're like at Jaeger's place, and he's like dragging Gideon into the paranoia, and it's like you could kind of see the paranoia being contagious and through the whole van situation. And then I just loved the whole like second act thing where it all just felt natural, where we're like staked out, got in trouble, and then the boys showed up to like find us and save us. I thought that all felt really natural and went.
It did. It really did.
It feels like a TV show for sure.
It really
right?
does.
Yeah, like really.
It's very
like,
different
all
than how
those-
you would play D&D normally or something. But
Like none of those decisions were like we didn't decide that or do that on purpose. It was just kind of like felt natural and it all just kind of worked. So let's see. I liked Jaeger's. I agree with Sadie. I think you like staying back and filling that role was really good. And I had something else. But like when you guys both went and investigated us and went like talked to the redneck people again, I thought that was good. I forgot about when you scratched the car, like scratched the van when we came to see you. But I thought that was probably my favorite thing. That was good, subtle kind of role playing. GM, I think, like I said, those major conversations with Dave and then with the two farmers, I thought those were both really good. But yeah, just setting the scene, like when you freaked out Gideon again with the dude with the hat, like that really felt good, and, like
Gonna have to
felt
solve that
scary. Like
mystery
that guy's
eventually.
creepy. The circle needs to solve that mystery and give me some magic.
He's gonna kill me
potions, but-
before that happens. You're gonna allow that?
But yeah, I think it was just kind of the overall shape of the episode. I really liked. I thought it was very good.
I thought that was fun. I had a good time with that, as always. It's always a good time every time we play in this group. But I want to say thank you to everybody out there that watched and stuck around. We had new follow. Thank you again, Blood Elf. That was really cool. Let's see. We also had a guy named Fierce Pencil as a follow. So thank you, Fierce Pencil, for the follow. Fierce Pencil 008. And I missed this one. Sorry. And Megalomaniac. Thank you so much for the... Oh, wow, I missed all of these. Megalomaniac and Othic. Othic Gaming. Not Gothic, but like Gothic without a G. So thanks so much for the follows. It was really appreciate it. We can do this basically every Saturday. And they're not always quite this long of a stream, but sometimes they are. And we start a little bit earlier, so the timing's a little bit different. We'll try and get that on schedule for next time. We should be playing next week, I believe. If you'll see by the middle of next week, it show up on schedule. If we are, that will be episode 5 of Legend Part 2. See you guys then. Bye.
Love you.